The Met Office issued a rare warning directly to staycationers and holidaymakers, but specifically those in tents and caravans. There's an impending storms plural, and 55-mile-an-hour winds, and it will hit this weekend with the swathes of the UK now on flood alert. Big warnings. The rare warning they issued was, and I am not making this up, don't go camping. That's what they said. Don't go camping, which, regardless of the weather, it's just good advice.
Correct.
Don't go camping should be your watchword. If you find yourself camping, you have made a big mistake. Huge. Why slum it in a tent when God invented bricks and windows? Britons heading on staycations to campsites and caravan parks along the south coast were warned over incoming storms and 55-mile-an-hour winds which will last throughout the weekend. Summer is over. I mean, it was nice while it lasted. 5 days, by my count. I mean, we should be grateful for what we get.
Thank you.
The Great British Summer Getaway began as 400,000 tourists headed to packed airports, and up to 2.3 million drivers were set to hit the roads as the school holidays kicked off, which makes 2.7 million dummies.
Affirmative.
2.7 million people are all trying to go away at the same time. Where are you going to go to? The Faroe Islands? Iceland? There's nowhere where you can go to that you don't get put in prison on your return. Not that a person would ordinarily choose to go to, anyway. I mean, where are you going to go on holiday? Stay here. What's the matter with here? After the heat today, torrential rain is set to cause flooding. Travel disruption could even cut areas off. Not travel disruption, but that's a factor too. Shall I read that sentence again?
No.
After the heat today, torrential rain is set to cause flooding, travel disruption, and could even cut some areas off. A month and a half's worth of rain is going to fall in just a few hours. Wow. I mean, we seem to be getting a lot of that, don't we? I seem to read that a lot. A month's worth of rain falls in one day. Stuff like that. They're going to have to change what constitutes normal. Normal isn't normal anymore. I love that that guy in the news who said, "Oh, wow." He didn't speak like this, but this is the voice I'm going to give him. "Oh, yes, of course, you should be leaving a lot of room in front of you and the car ahead, so as to, improve your braking distance." Yeah, that's what people are going to do. Sure they will. The rain will be coming down so hard they won't be able to see the end of their bonnets. And in order to maximise their potential for safety, they'll stamp on the accelerator ever harder. You know they'll do that. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. You know, the kind of people that put their fog lights on during the day. Just the fog lights. No other lights, just the fog lights. And they lower their car seat so they can only just barely see over the that round thing that's in front of the driver. Yeah, round thing in front of the driver, usually. Unless you're really drunk and you got in the passenger side by mistake. I see that so many times. Like morons who put their seats down so low that they can't actually see out of their car. I assume that they think it looks cool. The Met Office issued a weather warning for strong winds along the south coast of England from now until a couple of hours ahead. Till midnight. Why? Maybe they'll do a separate warning after midnight, it being a new day. Hard to believe that the winds will stop at midnight, but that's what this implies. It may lead to some disruption, as anyone who knows anything about wind will be able to tell you. And I'm trying to find it. Where is it? I
know a lot about wind. I'm
going to have to thin some of these out because I've got so many I can't find where they are now. But, in my defence, I haven't used him a lot lately. So, I'm having to commit to memory where they all are on this screen. Is about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, 10. There's about 100. about 100 ways that Donald Trump said stupid things.
Oh, shut up!
Yeah, I remember where that one is. I use that a lot. Forecasters said that some places will see gusts of up to 55 miles an hour, particularly on exposed coasts and near and over hills, with those at campsites and vehicles towing caravans among the people warned to be on alert.
Warning, warning!
You've made a bad holiday decision. The Met Office added that some coastal routes, seafronts and coastal communities may be affected by spray and or large waves. And some damage may be caused to temporary summer structures. That's tents to you and me. Temporary summer structures. They're tents. The Met Office is predicting as much as 100 millimetres of rain in parts of southern England, the Midlands and Wales during tomorrow and Sunday. But as millimetres are European surrender temperatures, I will translate that into patriotic British measurements. Now you double it and add 32 to get feet. So 100 millimetres doubled is 200. And 200 plus 32 is 232. Wow, that was easy. So we'll be getting 232 feet of rain in Wales tomorrow. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Actually, that is quite believable. London airports, including but not limited to Gatwick and Stansted, were busy in the departures area today with many families jetting off, despite COVID-19 restrictions, which may force them to self-isolate upon their return. Why are you going? Families, apparently, here's the reason, were keen to escape the ping-demic chaos in the UK, which saw 2.3 million people, including children, sent home from school. That's a really bad sentence. But you know what I mean. They were told to isolate last week, and 1.3 million self-isolation alerts were sent out over the 7-day period. Blimey, it was just going off. Here's another one, and there's another one, and there's another one. Meanwhile, fun seekers are actually going to festivals. You people are out of your minds. Or you will be by midnight. And then you'll come back and see your tent flying through the air. I mean, that is actually happening. It's not a figment of your imagination.
Want to score some pot?
Just say no. In fact, just say no thank you. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite!
So this weekend, the Met Office's rain warning covered the whole of Saturday and Sunday, said flooding of homes and businesses could happen as heavy rain falls on ground, baked hard by days of warm sunshine. Does this seem to be happening a lot, or is it my imagination? Running away with me. Everybody sing. The warning extends across most of England and Wales, except northwest England and North Wales, Cumbria, northeast England and northern parts of Yorkshire, which sounds like everywhere to me. It's going to take place everywhere, apart from everywhere. Tonight, heavy rain, thunderstorms spreading north. Thunder, lightning, very, very frightening. Mainly dry elsewhere. Sunny tomorrow, dry, and very warm in the north. What? Heavy showers and thunderstorms in the south. What? Pfft, rubbish. I'll have to check that. Raining in the south and warm and dry in the north. Not that north, surely. Not the northwest, surely. That can't be happening to me, is it? Oh my God, it is. Tomorrow in Glasgow it's going to be sunny and 77 degrees. And Sunday, sunny and 75. And Monday, sunny and 72. And then raining on Tuesday and raining on Wednesday, raining on Thursday and raining on Friday. And that's all the information I have at the moment. I expect it to be raining every day for the rest of your lives. Outlook for Sunday to Tuesday. Heavy showers in the south on Sunday, mainly dry elsewhere. Further heavy showers on Monday. Oh, my God. Would you like to hear the long-range forecast for the next 4 weeks?
No.
Right, this is to the 6th of August. Last week in July, first week in August. Remaining unsettled, with most places seeing showers or rain. That's your choice. You get either showers or rain. Select. Stronger than average winds are expected for the time of year. From the end of next week until early August, mixed conditions, sunny spells, heavy showers, prolonged rain at times, average temperatures. Okay, that was rubbish. So what about the middle 2 weeks of August? Now, this is important. It's like the last call for summer. If this isn't good, the middle 2 weeks of August, then it's all over and we've been short-changed again.
Oh, no.
So until the 20th of August, are you ready? Fingers crossed, everybody. Drier conditions with sunny spells are likely to be interspersed with showers or long periods of rain. But as we head further towards the middle of August, it's most likely to become more settled with drier and warmer conditions developing. More settled with drier and warmer conditions developing? We'll take it. Robert emails, Nick, only in this great United Kingdom with our broad, sunlit uplands would someone get thrown out of Parliament for telling the truth. Yeah, she did. Dawn Butler. She stood up and she did not tell an untruth.
Liar!
That's exactly it, yeah. And people thought, oh my God, that woman's not lying. In the House of Commons. Get her out of here. She must be insane. It's classic shoot the messenger, which is absolutely par for the course. Don't deal with the issue at hand. Deal with somebody bringing the issue at hand into the light, because that'll solve it. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
I am stunned. Each of the things that she highlighted there in that video, that's the Stevanovic video on Twitter. Have you seen Twitter? Oh, it's a haven for peace and tranquility. Only good thoughts are expressed on Twitter.
Negative.
Positive. Yeah, he just lists lie after lie after lie, provably false. And for saying that it's a lie, that gets you chucked out. For actually lying, no problem. We're perfectly okay with that. Well done, Bodge. Bodge wins again. Nick texts, have you noticed that most of us avoid comparing the UK with other countries about our handling of COVID? But in the next few days, we will go mad comparing ourselves with other countries, like how well we punch people or diving into swimming pools without splashing. After that, we will stop comparing ourselves again. We are very odd people. Yeah, we are very odd people. That sounds about right, yeah. Let's have a call in Glasgow. A person called Frankie. Frankie.
How are we doing, Nico?
Good, thanks.
Well, I get weather report from Glasgow. We have had sun, ridiculous sun. We've been punished by the sun.
Punished by the sun, yeah.
Punished by the sun. It's warmer in Glasgow than it is anywhere in the world.
Well, is that true?
No, well, it's not technically true, but it's for Glasgow. For Glasgow, the sun's out, Nick, so you know the score,
yeah,
mate.
It's even if it's not technically true, it doesn't prevent it from being a fact. Not in Boris Johnson's Britain, it don't.
Well, we'll get to Bodge in a minute. But it's not rained for ages, Nick.
I seriously doubt that. It's not rained. It's not rained.
Glasgow.
Rubbish.
We're issuing drought warnings,
Nonsense.
Nick, trust me.
I do not trust you.
Before, pal. Right, don't trust me then. Mm-hmm. Trust the weatherman. Well, don't trust him either.
Yeah, I don't know. What? It's not like meteorology as a science. It's more like more like a feeling. How do you feel it's going to be?
More warmer.
More warmer. Yeah. More warmer, less rain.
Anyway, Nick,
yes.
Can you imagine even going for a job as a meteorologist in Glasgow? You just did the last two.
It would be so boring. It's like, yeah, raining.
But anyway,
I refer you to the answer I gave yesterday and the day before that and the day before that.
How could a woman get kicked out of Parliament because saying Bodge is a liar?
Because
What part of that did she
extraordinarily,
get wrong?
because extraordinarily, it's against the law against their law to say that somebody is a liar, but it's not against their law to actually lie, which is about as clear an example of where we are as a nation as I can think of.
But I thought we were the mother of parliament and not a fascist.
A fascist dictatorship, yeah.
Well, get Pretty and what was she saying? She would probably want to burn her at the stake.
Yeah. Pretty Patel's going to come here and she'll deal out some punishment. Don't you worry about that. Frankie, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. 0345.
Right, thanks, Nick.
Why is he coming out from over there? Why is he coming? That's alarming. Because I just hung up on him, but he's not hung up. I've just hit some buttons at random. If this were a plane, we'd be heading into a mountain right now. I just thought I'll just hit a couple of buttons over there and see if everything is all right. Is everything all right?
No.
Well, we'll find out, I suppose. Is this thing still on? Hello? People come in here, they muck about with the equipment, and they don't leave it how they left it. In fact, get Pretty Patel on the phone right now. I mean it. Richard texts, Nick, isn't it ironic that Johnson announced his self-titled Freedom Day whilst holed up in Chequers self-isolating? He also chose to herald the start of our newfound freedom with a set of authoritarian rules, meaning that you will be required to show your papers to access... I had no idea I was going to do that. I apologise for having done that.
I am very sorry that I
screwed up. Yeah. He chose to herald the start of our newfound freedom with a set of authoritarian rules, meaning that you'll be required to show your papers to access elements of everyday life starting from September. I'm scared, says Richard. Yeah, aren't these the same ID documents that Boris Johnson himself said that if he was required by a member of the authoritarian state to present his papers, then he would physically eat them? That is what he said. Liar! We'll just add that to the tower of piffle that he has created so far. He's at risk of being one of those people who create a tower of piffle around them and then it collapses in on them and he suffocates. Killed by his own piffle. It's a piffle-related death. Stephen Upminster says, you need to come up with a logical system for the sound effects on your soundboard. If you get them in... Oh, God, here we go. You're just playing me like a marionette, aren't you? If you get them in order, you get extra points.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points for getting it in order. Let's have a call in... one moment, please. Yorkshire, Mike?
Hi, Nick.
Yes, Mike.
Glad to hear you well tonight. I wonder if you've noticed this week that it was leaked that Pretty Patel is looking at putting legislation in place to jail journalists for 14 years if they tell the truth about the government, if it's embarrassing for the government.
Yeah, and then Bodger came out and said that he values the freedom of the press. Yeah, he values the freedom of the Daily Telegraph to write nice things about him. Other than that, he's not so sure.
And I thought, Dawn Butler must have had a sort of insight into this, because she came out and told the truth before she could be jailed for 14 years.
Yeah.
But the other funny thing that I was contrasting it with, that the orange idiot from across the pond, all he complained about was fake news. Whereas Pretty Patel...
Totally fake news, yes.
Whereas Pretty Patel is complaining about journalists telling the truth. So we're actually a bit ahead of America this way, because normally, as you say, we follow them sort of 2 weeks behind.
That's right. We're all dinglings now.
And the other thing, last point, is this passport thing, this COVID passport thing that Johnson's bringing out, it is a complete phony. He's never going to implement it. Because
what he will do is he'll fashion a way to give Serco a £100 million contract to provide it, and it won't work on arrival.
Maybe so, but all these scientists, at the briefing the other day, they said that this peak is going to occur before the 14th of August, which is 6 weeks before he's talking about putting the passports in, so we'll get the peak, it'll all decline, and then Bodge will say, look, we've won, it's declined, we don't need to issue passports.
Yeah.
So it's a double hero thing. He's just trying to threaten young people to get the jab now, with no intention whatsoever of ever implementing it.
I think a lot of this is him shooting for hero status. Because if you think of it from Bodger's point of view, opening the whole of the country while he secretes himself in fabulous luxury in a palace in the countryside with hot and cold running servants, that's fine for him. If you open the country and it works well, you're a hero. You're a hero of the age. He's practically stepped into Churchill's shoes. He can retire on that. He'll have £100 million in the bank within 6 weeks. But if it goes badly and cases start going up and hospitals are overrun and the NHS falls on its face, well, for him personally, there really isn't a downside at all. Not for him, because he'll be fine. So if you weigh up the equation like that, the massive upside, he could be one of the great heroes of all time in this country if he opens up first and it's a tremendous success and we get a march on the rest of the world. If it works, he's a hero. If it doesn't work, well, nothing's really changed for him. So why wouldn't he open up the country?
Absolutely, because it will be our fault if it goes wrong.
Exactly. Specifically, Mike, your fault. I'll leave that with you, but thanks for that. You are being fitted up to take the blame for this, Mike. I hate to break the news to you, but that's the word I hear from the inside. Simon says, did you read that Bodge is changing the law so anyone who embarrasses the government could be put in prison for 14 years? Huh. Does that include you, Bodge? That's a no. That's 14 years on top of 10 years for protesting. Welcome to China, says Simon. China. It is alarming what's happening in this country. And people are just like, oh, well, never mind. Yeah, at least he got Brexit done. Al says, you Brits make me laugh. Of course, he doesn't speak like that, being as how he ain't no Brit. I imagine he's American. You Brits make me laugh, he says. Almost certainly a ding-a-ling. He says, you Brits make me laugh. You have the most inept leader of your country and who also is an embarrassment around the world, and yet you still go on and on about a man, brackets Trump, who hasn't been in office in 8 months. Very, very strange, says Al, who is adopting an air of superiority. Well, a couple of three things, Al. First, he ain't gone nowhere. Just because he's out of office doesn't mean to say he's gone anywhere. He still leads the Republican Party, which is the richest and most powerful political group on earth. Second, they're funded by the same people as fund the Conservative Party. The same people. It's the same names over and over again. Not many, just a few. A few billionaires are propping up the Republican Party in America and the Conservative Party in this country. And they have the same plans, the same aims, the same little scheme for us. They're moving in the same direction, the Conservatives and the Republican Party. They want to restrict voting rights to make it more certain that they will maintain their position of power. And so, you know, this whole... well, I don't need to go through all that. So they're funded by the same people. That's for point 2. Point 3 is we've got our own mini Trump here. And this regime, Boris Johnson's regime, is guided by the principle, what would Donald Trump do? So just going, first of all, and I don't go on and on about him. So that's 4 things now. I barely mention him these days, but he is still relevant to talk about. Adrian emails, I try not to bother myself with these attention-seeking billionaires, but I couldn't avoid Bezos and his rocket There is no other way to put it. It looks like a gentleman's area. Well, you're not the first person to have that thought, Adrian. It reminded me of Dr. Evil's space rocket in Austin Powers. Yeah, you, me, and everybody else that spied it. He actually landed and put on a stupid cowboy's hat and said, I'd like to thank... It's just amazing that he said this. Either the world's powerful and rich are competing with each other as to how much they can get away with trolling us, or they really have no idea about what the world is like outside of their beautiful bubble. He actually said something of the order of, thanks very much to all the Amazon customers and Amazon workers, you paid for this. You paid for it. Wow. Absolutely no idea. Not a clue. I mean, talk about not being able to read the room. And Richard Branson went up, and the breathless commentary said something like, remember where you were this day when Richard Branson took a flight for 10 minutes and floated for a couple of seconds. I will never forget where I was when I saw that. The whole world's gone insane. Let's have Fulham. Hello, Monica.
Hiya, Nick.
Monica.
I was gonna talk about Dawn Butler in Parliament, but what you just said about the whole world going a bit mad.
Yeah.
But what really worries me about Boris and the Tories is it feels like it's okay to lie as long as it's convenient. He's sort of an ideological chameleon, like with the whole national food strategy. When he had COVID, everyone has to lose weight. When he doesn't have it, and suddenly we're talking about taxes, suddenly it's actually no. Let's all have another dinner. And it's the same with even when the video came out about Matt Hancock, and for 2 days, oh, we've talked about it, it's fine, and then suddenly he's gone. It just feels like he'll just align to whatever is popular, to whatever the Sun is okay with.
Yeah, I don't think
if opinion goes against him, he's fine.
I don't think you're overcomplicating it. Just think what would be best for Boris Johnson at any given moment, and that's the easy route that he will take. If he can,
but that's what's a bit scary. You can never predict his ideology. Like, he pretends to be a libertarian, and then suddenly, if it's convenient, he won't be. So you can just never know where he's going to go. And with the whole, journalists going to have 14 years and Priti Patel taking away freedoms, it does feel like a Chinification. But the second that the Spectator or the Telegraph or anyone else says it, he'll go back on it. And he won't
necessarily go back on it. He'll just say something that makes it appear as though he's gone back on it. Saying it and doing it's two completely different things with him.
No, but worse than that, he'll go so far the other way that you'll end up with, oh no, it's fine to express a racist opinion, it's your right. It'll go so far in the opposite direction that he feels like a yo-yo.
Just think, what would Donald Trump do? And that is what he will do.
But it's worse than that. It's more malicious. It's more kind of underhand and slightly cleverer.
I don't think it's... He may be cleverer, but I don't think he's more malicious than Donald Trump. I think that's a very high bar. Not even an Olympian could get over that high bar. No, he's not more malicious. He's just more self-serving.
He's self-serving, but he's not... I think Donald Trump has such a self-serving agenda that it's so patently obvious. Whereas Boris Johnson tries to pretend that he's serving someone else. And that's what really worries me.
Right. Okay, well, be worried, Monica. Be very, very afraid. And, by the way, I'm passing your phone number on to the relevant authorities. I think you need to be corrected. Rosie texts, hey, Nick, thanks to Bodger's dodgy rules, I've decided to go camping this weekend. All hail Bodger and his clear-as-mud regime. Our camping ritual is to listen to you, putting the world to rights. Yeah, well, make sure you bang your tent pegs in, Rosie. Otherwise, you and that tent will be flying through and you'll end up in some place that's not Kansas anymore. Let's have the West Midlands. Ranjit?
Hiya, mate. You're right, Nick.
Yes, great, thanks.
Yeah, I want to talk about Boris Johnson and his apparent lies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It gets more and more amazing to me every week.
Amazing.
Okay?
What, like science fiction?
Yeah.
He's amazing.
What's the matter with the population here? What don't they understand? That this guy is taking all of us for a ride. Now, he can make up so many lies that people forget, of what's going on.
I think a large number of people actually want to be lied to. This is true in America, and I think it's true here now. I think that people are beyond caring about what's true and what isn't. They've joined a gang, and as long as the leader of the gang says it's raining, then regardless of whether it's actually raining or not, that's what they believe, and they will fight for that position.
Last week I said to you a lot of bad news was going to be buried. Okay. Petrol prices, have you seen at the pumps how much it's gone up to? It's approaching £7 a gallon. So where are those warriors?
£7 a gallon? Do you get sold in gallons where you are?
Well, it's about $1.40 a gallon, a litre now.
$1.40? I don't know where you're shopping, mate, but you want to go past that petrol station and go to the one down the road, because that's probably not selling it at £1.40.
They're about $1.37, $1.35 round about that, but I like to use good fuel. Anyway, But anyway, a lot of things that Boris Johnson says, right, he can get away with by saying there's anomalies that has happened that he can't do nothing about, like when this pandemic's going to re-come back. Yeah, there's one that I can remember. Right, there was a local election wherever he lives, right, and people were interviewing him, and he come out with this blatant lie, which was, I got up this morning and done my civic thing, the way he punches the air and everything. So I went and voted for my local candidate in my local election, right? So
sadly,
2 hours later. They found out that there was no local elections in his area. Now, if that isn't a blatant lie, he's like, what did you do this morning, Nick, when you got up? Oh, Ranji, I went and did the civic thing and voted for my local councillor.
My patriotic duty.
Yeah, and there wasn't an election. Why didn't people pick up on that? Yeah,
it doesn't. The reason people didn't pick up on it is that they don't care. You're not listening to me. People have picked a side. They're in a gang, or at least his fans are. I don't think there is a corresponding gang on the other side. I think that there is just one gang. Usually, in the films, and there'll be two gangs: the Sharks and the Jets. And you're in one or the other. Those are your only choices. I think now we've got just one gang, and they're in, Bodger's gang. He is the leader of the gang he am. Oh, you can't say that, can you? Because that's, you-know-who. You-know-who. Can't say that. Although I know I shouldn't say this, but I will stand firmly behind the belief that Rock and Roll Part 2 is one of the great pop singles of all time. I think you'll find that is correct. You have to separate the art from the artist. Otherwise, the National Gallery would have completely bare walls wherever you look. I mean, Picasso, don't even get me started on him. And Gauguin, well, don't look up Gauguin. I can't remember what we were talking about. What were we talking about? How did we get into Gary Glitter? I've got no idea. I should drop breadcrumbs behind me, otherwise I'll just forget where I've been. Beverly texts, I'm very happy to show papers, very happy to show ID even, anything to get us out of this mess. What on earth makes you think, Beverly, that will get us out of this mess? I think we're in deeper than that. Josh says, please don't say piffle so much, it's a bodger type word. Well, I know, that's why I was saying it. St John's Wood. Hello, Michael.
Hello.
Michael.
Yes. Well, you were talking
Are you okay?
I'm fine, thank you. Well, I'm intellectually irked and I'm worried.
You're intellectually worried?
Irked and worried by these
irked.
passports.
Right.
By these passports. But you've been talking back to what you were talking about, the COVID passports. And you were talking about Boris. You lost your train of thought you suggested before the news. I doubt it for a while. But on the Boris thing, he didn't really lie to the nation, did he? He merely misrepresented things, and he misinformed us.
Are you sure?
So.
Misinformed us? I assume you're being sarcastic.
Well, it will remain to be seen, won't it? Maybe
no, I don't
he'll
think
come
so.
up with some sort of apology in
right.
in that way.
Sure. Yeah, I think the ship sailed on that and sunk.
Yes, but it was down to his subalterns that the ship sank with.
Yeah.
So, anyway, back to the passports.
He was sleeping below decks at the time, yeah.
Yeah. So, back to the passports. It's very frightening. Today, I spoke to a friend that I hadn't seen for ages, for years. Got back in touch. I was trying to arrange to see each other. Starts asking me about masks and about vaccinations. And he's not going to see me because I'm not double vaxxed.
Right.
And I said, what? You're not going to see anybody because they're not double vaxxed? He said, yes, well, they're kind of the unclean because they're not vaccinated.
Oh,
what?
Dirty.
So we have this danger of, just like the Jews with the Nazis became the unclean, this idea that people that aren't vaccinated are unsafe. And the ones.
He just used the N-word. I think once you start talking about Nazis, comparing people to Nazis, then that's a big mistake, huge.
Well, I'll apologise for that then. Anyway, but
people who don't want to hang about with other people that haven't been double vaccinated are actual Nazis. Is that your position? Yes.
No, not quite.
They're not quite Nazis. Okay, close to.
I'll retract that. Let's just say it's not sound thinking, is it, to accuse people of, or think of people being unvaccinated as the unclean?
Well, the unclean is taking it to a bizarre place. But if you think that they are less healthful to be around, then that has some basis in truth, doesn't it?
Well, the idea that if things go wrong, it will be the unvaccinated, when really the number of people that are double vaxxed and still ending up in hospital
is very, very small.
From COVID is very small.
No, it's very small. Do you have the numbers there?
My
very
wife
tiny.
does the research on this and suggests it's 40%. What was it from the minister's mouth?
40%
said and retracted
of what?
From Chris Whitty's.
40% of
60% of cases were in hospital, he said, in one of his announcements, and then retracted it.
60%, but you're not saying what, though? 60% of what?
Of COVID cases in hospital, of double jabbed people.
I very much doubt it.
Well, anyway, it's not completed its clinical trials, so I'm not having it yet. But why should I be viewed as unclean?
Well, listen, you're making a choice. Other people are making a choice based on your choice. How can you get to choose, but they don't? An echoing silence.
They did get to choose. But it's all...
No, but you're complaining. You are complaining about them being able to make a choice about their own health. You have made a choice about your health. They are making a choice about theirs. Why is your choice valid and theirs isn't?
Well, let's invert that. Why is my choice invalid by them?
But I'm not saying that I'm not saying that your choice is invalid. I'm saying that both choices are valid. But you are putting a level on theirs that you do not accept for your own. If we do have a vaccine passport, then people that don't want to get vaccinated, they'll be excluded, won't they? It'll be they'll be prejudice. They will be excluded from things that the government say you are required to produce a vaccine passport. Yes. And I'm as alarmed about all of that as anybody. I mean, to give an authoritarian regime more control over your life is just an alarming prospect.
And what is the next illness to go on or disease to go on the passport?
Well, I'm sure, if we do get passports, I'm sure that it has not that it is not a novel thought. I'm sure that it has actually occurred to ministers what China does, which is essentially give you points on citizenship. If you are a good citizen and you pick up rubbish that you find blowing around in the street, you get a point. If you are a poor citizen and you reel home drunk from the pub, then you get a minus point.
Negative.
And minus points do not make prizes. That's for sure. You don't get to be someone who can take part in, ordinary civil society. You get to stay home and you get to shut up in China, I'm sure. And you accrue...
Have you shut me up? Or
no.
Are you still listening?
Well, it depends. What are you going to say?
It's a big brother, isn't it? This passport, this exclusion. What if you're exempt because you can't get double vax?
That's a different argument entirely. If you're exempt, then you're not what we're talking about.
But my point is that the unvaxxed are being seen as the unclean.
Well,
that's dangerous.
Not unclean. Again, that's the wrong word to use. They are less healthful to be around. I mean, that's
Let's
just
put
obvious.
it another way.
That's
There's a
just
dangerous
obvious.
part of the populace.
Yeah, right. Aren't they?
But no, they're not, because people are still getting it who are double vaxxed and they're in hospital.
Yeah, but a very small number. I think that number of 60% that you gave me is wrong. I will check it. I will actually... You're forcing me...
Check his announcement.
You are forcing me to do homework.
He said we should... Yes, I am. He said we should expect to see greater numbers of people in hospital who have been double vaxxed.
Well, that's... Okay, so that's completely different to what you just said earlier on. You said that he said that 60% of the people in hospital with this virus have been double vaxxed. Now we're at, he would expect it in the future. Would you like...
okay.
You're not walking back, you're running backwards on this. Another echoing silence.
Well, if that isn't telling you things, it's just far too dangerous to be happy about the passport scenario. It really is.
Rob texts, we were watching the Olympics opening ceremony today and became concerned that one of the large wooden rings from the logo was going to break off, roll about and cause havoc. It didn't happen. Well, don't tell us. Spoiler alert.
Warning, warning.
Haven't seen the highlights yet. Thanks a lot, Rob. You've spoiled it for us. Nikki text, that's got to be really depressing. It must be so disheartening, because to get to an Olympics, you've probably got to train for 8 years, right? I mean, you train through 2 Olympic cycles to get to one. You don't just think, oh, there's Olympics in a couple of months, I'm going to take up biking. No, you train for 8 years, every day, every bloomin' day you're out there. Rain or shine. Mostly rain. Freezing, blooming cold. And when you get there, there's no one there. There's nobody in the stands, so there's no atmosphere. There's nobody cheering you on. And I'm sure when the actual event is taking place, then their minds are concentrated fully. They don't have, they're not really aware of the stands being empty because they're focused fully on their athletic endeavour. But once they're through the finishing line and they're first... And then they run to the stands and they throw their arms in the air and they pick up a flag of their respective country and nothing. There's acres of empty plastic seats. God, that must be so depressing to work all that time. To give up so much. I mean, you could be out having a party like all of their contemporaries, but they're not doing that. They're sitting at home with a smoothie and going to bed at 8 o'clock. I feel quite sad for them. Plus, there's all the, sex afterwards.
Disgusting.
I bet that during an ordinary Olympics, more sex is taking place than in any other location on Earth. But not these days. Not this Olympics. I mean, they got... cardboard beds for a start. You can't bounce on a cardboard bed. I think you'll find that is correct. Even gymnasts couldn't do that. Nikki texts, on the ping-demic, if the past tense of sing is sung, of ring is rung, of cling is clung, and of sting is stung, why is the past tense of ping pinged when it should be pung? Exactly. That's the issue that we should be talking about on this show. I'm going to sit at home because I've punged myself.
Disgusting.
Amanda tweets, Nick, why are you so against vaccine passports? What's the issue with keeping people safe when those of us who don't want to catch it and those who are vulnerable to... That's exactly how she wrote it. Don't ask me to spell that. Nick, why are you so against vaccine passports? She whined.
Stop whining.
Why? What's the issue with keeping people safe when those of us who don't want to catch it and those who are vulnerable have to boycott such venues rather than expose ourselves to potentially loads of infected people, says Amanda. Why are you so against vaccine passports? Because vaccine passports become ID papers. And you can't give this government an inch because it will take a mile. Once you get carded to go in anywhere, it will be shortly everywhere. And pretty soon afterwards, they won't need to issue you with a card because you will already have accepted the terms and conditions and they will just flash your face. Your beautiful face. Your face will be your passport. We are about to live in Minority Report.
Oh, no.
And I've seen how that ends. Actually, I can't remember how that ends. I think everybody dies. Doesn't everybody die? Oh, that might be a spoiler. 0345 6060 973. Sutton. Hello, Russell.
How you doing, Nick?
Good, thanks.
Right. Now, I know Boris lives in your head rent-free, doesn't he? Because that's all you ever go on about is Boris Johnson.
Boris Johnson, the weather, Donald Trump,
Roger Johnson, yeah, right.
Vaccine passports, what else have we been talking about? Gary Glitter, I mentioned the National Gallery briefly. Gauguin came up, if you can believe that.
But normally, Nick, like, when I listen to you, all you go on about is like Boris Johnson.
Yeah, on and on.
The problem is...
Boring! Yes.
The problem is, Nick, you are the problem.
I am the problem.
I'll tell you the problem. You and your other presenters, mostly on LBC,
James O'Brien.
Your hatred of Boris.
Yes.
Your hatred of Boris. Now,
why do you think we hate Boris? OK, go ahead.
Right.
The reason why...
Let me get to my point. Right, the reason why you hate Boris...
Is?
Right?
Yes.
Because... And the reason why Boris can do what he wants, when he wants, and how he wants, because there's no decent opposition. Because the Labour Party is now run by champagne liberal socialists that live in London, like yourself and your other presenters.
Russell, I'm not. Okay, hang on. Whoa. Are you telling me that the people that run the Labour Party are more elite than the Conservative Party?
I would say they all come mostly from North London and live in this liberal elite bubble in London.
So why do you prefer...
And that is your... Hang
on, wait a minute. Oh, no, I didn't.
You voted for Jeremy Corbyn.
No, I did not vote for Jeremy Corbyn. At no point...
you did vote for Jeremy Corbyn.
I did not ever vote for Jeremy Corbyn.
Really?
Yes, really.
Okay.
Russell, you're going to have to take my word on that because, I mean, you obviously don't know better than me who I voted for in the privacy of a polling booth. I am telling you with great honesty, which is not the kind of honesty that your hero Boris Johnson would offer. I am telling you I have not voted ever for Jeremy Corbyn. I haven't voted Labour in... I can't remember how long. It's absolutely decades. Russell, that's an asinine thing to say. You're voting for Boris Johnson to stick it to the elites, is what you're saying.
No. I never said that. I never said that at all.
That is the summation of what it is that you're saying.
I voted Tory all my life. The only time I was going to vote Tory was probably about 95 or 94, 95 when I was absolutely sick of John Major, and I would have voted for John Smith. I would have voted for John Smith at the time.
But you said you voted Tory all your life.
Yes, apart from the time in 93, 94, it could have been 95 when John Major became leader. And that John Smith was a proper Labour leader. And since Blair, Labour have had nothing.
But now, Russell, they're not going to appeal to you because, by your own admission, you are a lifelong Tory voter. So why are you interested?
Nick, you need a decent opposition. You need a decent opposition, mate.
Russell, at some point, you're going to have to stop blaming Keir Starmer and start blaming the people. The people have a choice. Your choice is Boris Johnson and his cavalcade of clowns, this kleptocracy that we got in at the moment, which is less a government, as I've said many times before, and more a smash and grab raid. If you're saying that that's your only option because Keir Starmer has earned a bit of money and lives in London, well, that's just such an asinine position, Russell. I don't even know where to begin with you.
Well, Labour now, the Labour Party is a North London liberal elite bubble.
Russell, but compare them to the Conservative Party. It's because that's what you're doing. So you're saying that the Labour Party, to reiterate, is more of the elite than the... Listen to me.
Why did all the North of England vote for Boris then for the first time ever?
Not all of England, but the reason is Brexit.
No.
Yes,
and there's
absolutely.
No decent opposition. You need a decent Labour leader. Keir Starmer will not win that next election. You know that. You know that better than me, mate. He will not win that next election. And Boris will win another massive majority, 80 or 90 seats, and it goes on for another 4 or 6 years.
Right, on a minority of the vote, he will win another stonking majority. Yeah, quite possibly.
Yes, of course.
but at some point you have to stop blaming Keir Starmer and start blaming
I never
the people.
blamed Keir Starmer. What I said was you need a decent opposition, and that is why the Tory party can do what they want.
Russell,
when they
there is an opposition. That you have a choice. It is not just a singular choice because you don't happen to like the leader of the Labour Party, because he's not entertaining, because he doesn't come through the TV set at you, because he can't go on stage and go, paw, and everybody falls about laughing. That's not who he is. But to suggest that the Labour Party do not represent or are an opposition is ridiculous. Of course they are. You can't possibly think that the Labour Party would be doling out this amount of money to friends and donors that the current regime have been able to get away with. You can't possibly tell me that. You can't possibly tell me that the Labour Party or any other party that might win a general election would have screwed up the response to the COVID virus as much as this current regime. And the reason you can't tell me that is because practically every other country in the world has done better than we have. All of them. This is why it just fogs my mind when people say, oh, well, you know, he's doing his best. And imagine if Jeremy Corbyn had won. Or imagine, what would Keir Starmer be doing in that position? Well, we know what they would have done. We know what another government would have done, because fortunately there's every other country in the world to compare ourselves to. We're not going through something that's unique here. Our response to it is unique. And I just keep seeing, Boris says all people over the 80 should be allowed to die. And that's followed by a great poll boost for Boris Johnson in those over 80. I exaggerate to make a point, but that happens virtually on a daily basis. He says something just absolutely god-awful, and his popularity goes up, Russell, because people like you say just absolutely stupid things like, he's doing his best. What would have happened if somebody else had been? Well, as I say, we know. Just compare ourselves to anyone else, anywhere else. And there's practically no country in the world that's done as bad as we have, and continues. we were trending on Twitter as Plague Island. Do you think that things are going well if other countries are describing us as Plague Island? We have to stop blaming the Labour Party and start blaming people, the public. Their gullibility knows no bounds. At this point, they actually want to be lied to. They enjoy it. Same as in America with Trump. All that stuff he came out with. Rigged election. They're still believing it. Hillary's emails. On and on. They want to be lied to. People, like I said before, people have joined a gang, and that argument I hear over and over again. That last caller was not unique. I've heard that virtually every week for the past 5 years. Oh, there's no opposition, says somebody who would never vote for the opposition, regardless of who they are. A lifelong Tory voter. He said it himself. Hard to believe, really, because, the Tory party are full of millionaires whose donors are billionaires. You would think that a salt-of-the-earth type, like I was just talking to, would actually be better placed voting for the Labour Party, even if you didn't like the leader. You'd think that over the course of time, your interest would be better served by voting for a party who is more interested in the plight of the working man, rather than the plight of the international financier. But, I guess that's an insane thought. By the way, I just looked up that double jabbed in hospital thing from the caller about, 20 minutes or so ago. He said something of the order of 60% of the people in hospital with COVID have got 2 jabs, which is incorrect information. Public Health England data from early July says that of 257 deaths from confirmed Delta variant infections between February and late June, only 2 of the 26 deaths in those under 50 were double jabbed. So 2 of the 26 deaths were double jabbed. 24 were not. That's fairly conclusive, isn't it? I mean, nobody says that the vaccines are perfect, but they help an enormous amount, apparently. If fully vaccinated, the risk of being hospitalised falls by about 90%, 90, says Professor David Spiegelhalter, Chair of the Winton Centre for Risk and Evidence Communication at Cambridge University. Sounds like an expert. 0345 6060 973. Caroline says, well, if the UK ends up on every other country's red list, that's Brexit done. Yeah, I guess so. Then we will have secured our borders.
Affirmative.
Abiola texts, Mrs. Butler has exposed to the whole world how critical our MPs are. Hypocritical, rather. Why would any world leader believe anything Bojo the Clown says when he lies so much? I don't know. I mean, it's just mind-boggling, really, isn't it? I mean, we signed a contract one day, and then the next day think, oh, yeah, having read it, we don't like it. So we're going to have you sign another contract, one that we will just make up. And if you don't sign it, then we'll threaten you with a lot of dead people. Because a lot of people will start fighting. You know where. So why would any other country, particularly a smaller one, who we seem to be preying upon in our desperation, why would they sign a trade deal with us, knowing that our word is not our bond? We'll sign it and say, okay, well, we'll sign up to all of these very, very specific details. But if at some point in the future we don't like them, then we'll just ignore that. We'll tear that part out. Like it's a Groucho Marx sketch. The party of the first part. No, I don't like that part. Well, we'll tear that out. Abiola texts. Oh, no, I read that. Andrea says, here's an idea. If Johnson and his cabinet were pinged every 10 days for an indefinite period, they might just never reappear. And we could be free. Imagine a Johnson-free world. That would be marvellous, wouldn't it? You know, if it wasn't for the person that got him down, Bodger Johnson would still be up on that zip wire. I am furious with the person who let him... I want the name of the person who let him down. Let's have Dunstable, Hazel.
Yeah, hi, Nick.
Hazel.
How are you?
Great, mate.
Yeah, Boris Johnson... let me tell you, the 40% double jabbed in hospital. I heard it on the LBC programme.
40%?
40% of double jabbed people were in hospital.
Right. Well, that could be for many reasons, most of which I imagine are for the reason that people who are double jabbed are more likely to be old and or infirm, so they would be going to hospital anyway.
Yeah, well...
As opposed to teenagers.
I did hear it on the LBC,
right.
So that can't be wrong.
Okay.
Anyway, Boris Johnson is only doing his best to mess the whole country up, as far as I'm concerned.
He's doing very, very well at that.
2 years ago, I think it was 2 years ago, they asked what do I think of Boris Johnson, so I said I wouldn't trust him with a barge pole.
No. I wouldn't poke him with the barge pole or hit him with the barge pole, or I wouldn't trust him to look after my barge pole.
I mean, he's got his... What's that word called when you bring your family into everything with an N? You should know, Nick.
When you bring your family into everything?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got his father on TV, he's got his sister in cooking shows, he's got his other brother as an MP.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he actually hands out cooking shows on television. I don't think that's got anything to do with him.
His sister, the one that's on LBC, was on a cooking show.
But that's got nothing to do... I mean, Boris Johnson doesn't hand out TV cooking shows, does he?
No, I didn't say he did, but I'm saying everything's about his family. I've never heard that in my life before. I mean, you didn't get Winston Churchill bring all his family into it, did you?
Yes, but as I've said many times, the current regime is guided by what would Donald Trump do?
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things properly.
Donald Trump wouldn't do what he's doing.
He absolutely did. Of course he did.
Yeah, but, I mean, Donald Trump's Donald Trump, but... I cannot believe that he let the Delta people come in here and killed hundreds of people.
It's almost as though...
A 4-year-old would close the airport.
Yeah, of course. It's almost as though that's the plan, to keep sowing chaos, under cover of which he can reward his donors and mates. I mean, if that's the plan, then I have to say he is a genius. If that is the actual plan,
I wouldn't call him
under cover of an emergency.
Greek. I know several people with 7 languages, and they're not even geniuses. So, I mean, he's Turkish, so he obviously knows Greek.
Yes, but have they managed to spend £40 billion on an app that doesn't work? You see, that does take...
He can do
a particular
he can do what he likes.
Type of
he
genius.
He can buy a piece of wallpaper for 60 quid.
Yeah.
You know,
he could buy that wallpaper, but it'd be much better if he could get somebody else to buy it for him.
Yeah, and then they get a cut.
Yeah.
He gets a cut.
Right.
Then he sends all the stuff over to Turkey.
Stuff?
Comes back, all rubbish, but they've probably made millions out of it themselves.
See, this is where we are. We now assume that anything the government does is for the financial benefit of ministers in government. I mean, that's where we are now. I mean, apart from the people who stick their fingers in their ears and put their hands over their eyes and one hand over their face. So that's 5 hands. So forget I said that. All the people that see, hear and speak no evil about the dear leader, apart from them, the rest of the country, 60% of us, just assume that anything that this government does is for the immediate financial benefit of the friends and family of this government. Don't they? What a place to be in. It's like living in a third world country. It really is. It's like living in a South American dictatorship, some sort of comedy country that was made up for the purposes of a Peter Sellers film. There's people in middle African countries who are holding their heads in their hands. They can't believe what's happening here. Let's have Chigwell. John.
Hey, Nick, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
Actually, first time I've spoken to you, but I have been listening for absolute years, Nick, so that's quite good. It's the first time I've spoken to you. I'm just responding to Russell, Nick. Like, I don't know why you always back down straight away when someone says to you, "Oh, well, you voted for Jeremy Corbyn, didn't you?" Right? Nick, I voted for Jeremy Corbyn, right? And let me tell you,
no, wait a minute, wait. Now,
yes.
It's not me backing down. I am setting.
I know you didn't vote for him.
I'm setting the record straight. I'm not backing down. I'm just correcting him.
I know, Nick, but the way they make it seem is well, Corbyn would have been much worse than.
Yeah.
Corbyn would have been 1,000 times better than Boris Johnson.
It seems to me that's believable, yes.
We've got 130,000 dead people. What don't these people understand? To be, I'm one of these middle class elite that these people are talking about, because I'm from that. I'm not far from like Islington and that, right? So. I'm one of the people they're talking about. Nick, I'm out at work at the moment, yeah, doing my. I run a little pallet company. I'm out at work at the moment. That's how elite I am. I'm out at work now, right? For the Labour, for you to be more elite than Jacob Rees-Mogg, you would have to be Prince Charles.
I know. Even Prince Charles doesn't speak as comically posh as Jacob Rees-Mogg.
It's unbelievable. But I think, Nick, yeah, because I've been listening to your Nick Abbott versus Brexiteers, your volume series. I've been listening to that, right? And I'll tell you something. It's absolutely hilarious. Because some of these people, when they say to you, well, they're calling us stupid, and then they just go and say some of the most stupid things that you have ever heard in your life, and they wonder why we think they're stupid.
I should put that as the tag to my podcast. I think you're talking about the podcast called The Nick Abbott Habit. And that should be the tag to it. Some of the most stupid stuff you've ever heard in your life.
Yeah, it's just no, Nick, I'm talking about, Nick it's Nick Abbott, but I don't even know. It might not have been you that's done it then. It might be someone who spoofed you.
The Nick Abbott Habit is what it's called. That's what you're talking about. It's a podcast.
No, the one I'm looking at on YouTube, yeah, it's got Nick Abbott versus the Brexiteers, volume 1 to 8.
That's it. I'd never heard of that.
Well, someone spoofed you, mate. You should have a look at it. But I'll tell you, it's absolutely. I'll tell you, Nick, it's hilarious when you listen to it. But Nick, just remember, baby, when you got someone like Russell again on the phone, yeah, just ask them how Brexit is going, please. Ask them how well Brexit is going for this country.
And I guarantee you, they will give the same answer.
Brexit's going great.
That's what they'll say.
I know they will. And, it's the delusion what's getting me. And, Nick, do you realise that Boris Johnson has lost control of the City of London?
How do you mean?
Well, he didn't put it in. He didn't put it in the terms of the deal, yeah.
Oh.
Right. And now
he never had control over the City of London. The City of London has got way more money than to be controlled by him.
Well, I know, but with the conditions that Boris has left them in now, yeah, we have had trillions going out from the city, going to New York, going to Amsterdam, going to France, going to Germany. Mm-hmm. Like, these people don't realise that Boris Johnson has destroyed this country. And you see, lefties like me, yeah, I am laughing at people like Russell. And I'll tell you why I'm laughing at people like that, right? Because they don't realise that this country is going to have to be completely reset after the damage that Boris Johnson has done. And Boris Johnson's politics is going to be that type of politics is going to be completely rejected.
I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be rejected. I think that a significant number of people are attracted by the idea of a strongman dictator. Same as in America, same here. I think about 45% of the population actually want a strong leader to deal out some justice.
Yeah, you know what it is? I think because what it is, yeah, the Conservatives always say nice things to these people about immigration. Right, and that's what this whole thing is about.
It's about Brexit. I've summed it up in one word. It's about Brexit. That's what it's about.
And Brexit was all about immigration.
Yeah.
And most of these people, they would rent out their grandmother to stop one immigrant or one migrant trying to get into this country.
I'm not sure. Rent her out for what purpose? Like doing a little bit of cleaning, spring cleaning, perhaps, something like that?
That could be the thing, that could be the type of thing that they would do.
Right.
But,
maybe that's a great step forward for global Britain. We could be the country that rents out its grandmothers. That's where people would come if they wanted, a little bit of dusting done.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. Yeah. But I just like to tell all them Johnson supporters, Corbyn would have been 1,000 times better than your man.
Now, John, at the beginning, you said that you run a little pallet business.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right.
Yeah.
How little are those pallets?
Oh no! Well, do you know the blue? I'll just tell you know the size. You know the blue pallet.
No, I don't.
Well, they go underneath the forklift. Yeah, everything in this country is moved on a pallet.
Yeah,
at some stage.
But I never heard of a blue pallet or a little one.
Yeah, the blue. Well, when I say a little pallet company, I'm small in comparison because I'm only got 200.
Right. It's not that you deal in little pallets. You are a little company that deals in full-size pallets. I get it. Well, you should have been clearer right at the beginning there, John, because my imagination was going away with me. I thought, why would a person want a little pallet? No wonder you're out of business. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 unless you spotted a gap in the market. 0345 6060 973. Jez texts, balderdash is another Johnsonian word. Another word he uses to confuse people into liking him. Yeah. 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 It's just... how such a large number of people are falling for that, still falling for the act, is beyond me. I have to assume that at some point the act will get old. At some point, people are going to think, well, you know what? No, not anymore. I mean, you can only fool us for so long with your routine. We want an actual serious person now, like they did in America. I mean, of course, it costs $1 billion, but they managed to unseat Donald Trump. I mean, it was pretty close, really. But they just managed to do it. Oh, and you know what? Finally, he may actually be seeing the light. Keir Starmer. Have you heard? I'll get to that in a minute. Some texts and emails, because I'm getting behind. Nick, it wasn't witty, it was Valance. He made a dreadful mistake in the briefing. It was widely reported in the news that he made an error in saying that 60% of hospital COVID intake is double vaccinated. He sent out a tweet shortly afterwards to correct himself, but then didn't bother to give the real figures, so they then had to be clarified. Silly man, just scaring people, says Anne. Damien emails, is there any good news yet on your show tonight? The world doesn't seem to be a happy place tonight. Well... Yeah. Do we have any good news? Let me see the stories that I brought in. No. No good news. Well, if it's good news, it's not news. I think you'll find that is correct. Jerry emails, will the vaccine passport be dark blue or burgundy red? Alf emails, for a vaccine passport, how do I prove that I'm a vaccine? Can I change my name to AstraZeneca? No. Well, yes. It would be easier to spell than Pfizer. That's easier to say as well. And what would the passport photograph look like? I mean, it's invisible. Paul texts, I heard Anna Soubry talking to one of your colleagues earlier this week, decrying the state of the Labour Party and linking it to her own feeling of political homelessness. Surely it's not a party's responsibility to change its ways just to suit people who are ideologically opposed to it. Yeah, I'm a bit over people whining about Keir Starmer. At some point, you have to blame the people for their apparent love of somebody who is obviously failing the country. I mean, the idea that a large number of people voted Conservative to stick it to the elites is just beyond belief. The elites? You mean the handful of billionaires that are donating money to the Conservative Party, as opposed to the unions who are donating most of the money to the Labour Party? Now, you get that the press will write it up as, oh, well, Labour are in the pockets of the unions. Well, yeah, but the unions represent millions of people. That's where the Labour Party get much of their money from. The unions, who represent millions of people. Billionaires represent themselves. And that's what good, honest-to-goodness, working-class people are now doing, is they're voting for the party of the billionaires to stick it to the elites. because the head of the Labour Party has been encumbered with a title and lives in London. I mean, for crying out loud, what are you talking about? Stick it to the elites. So you voted for this guy?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I don't know anything. That's the guy. That's your hero. That's your working class hero. This country's lost its mind. Declan emails, I got my vaccination passport this week in Vienna. It's like a credit card, but without any swipe or barcode. The only thing on it is my name, date of birth, the batch numbers of the 2 vaccines I got, and when. We have been open for business since June the 21st. The amount of online orders from the UK has quadrupled. The only regulations are masks on the subway and in stores. And Bob's your uncle. He is not. It's not that bad, says Declan. Well, there's a lot of information that's missing there, Declan. First of all, we have been open for business. What kind of business? Not that kind of business, surely. Disgusting. Online orders from the UK has tripled, but for what? Quadrupled, rather. For what? Orders for what, Declan? A lot of missing information there. Let's have a call in South Woodford. Ian.
Hi there, Nick.
Ian.
Nick, yes. Very quickly, there's 2 or 3 points, but the first one, yes, the text said it just a little while ago. Valance made the mistake. He apologised. He wasn't scared. He just made the mistake, right? So that was that. And as you quite rightly said, yes, there is 40% that have been double vaccinated, and they are elderly that had other underlying health issues, as they always put it.
Bound to be in hospital anyway.
Yeah. So basically, that is, and their symptoms are not as bad because they had the double vaccination anyway, so they've got more chance.
Yes.
Right. Going back to the vaccine passport, if you've got a driving licence in your pocket, if you've got a credit card in your pocket, if you've got a Costa's loyalty card, everything is all there already.
Yep.
I've got on the app, and forget about the Ding Dong app, right? I've got the app with the NHS that has all your medication on it.
Right.
When I was in hospital a couple of months ago because I had another heart attack, basically I showed it to them. The pharmacist there was surprised that it was already there, but it shows all your medication. Right. And she said, we wish everybody would have that because it would make life a lot easier for us to hold it.
Right.
So where is the problem? You know, and how many clubs, when kids go in, they all want to be on the VIP list or they pay with their credit card to get in. Mm-hmm. So where is the actual problem to say they've had a jab to make, and they're doing it to protect others, as you said to that other guy.
Under any other regime, I wouldn't really see much of a problem, and I'd think that people who do are conspiracy theorists. However, under this particular regime, I have great concerns because of the authoritarian nature of them. Plus, we are the most surveilled country in the world outside China.
So basically, if we're already under surveillance and all that,
You go to France, they've all got ID cards. Spain, they've got ID cards. Germany, they've got ID cards.
Yeah.
What is the, and, as you say, the ones that wanted, like Brexit, but I didn't, all sort of want to say they want to hold a blue sort of thing. So they want to prove that there's... So where is the problem?
Yeah. Well, again, I just reiterate my case.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have a problem with it, or a significant problem, under any other regime, and under any government that I've lived through up to now. But this particular government, there just seems to be something morally wrong with them.
And just as a last thing, right, it was quite funny with the guy from Chingwell standing down the road to me. But he was going on about the pallets, and pallets are in massive demand at the moment. There is a real shortage.
Yeah.
But, during the Orange Marches in Ireland, they have these big bonfires.
Oh, nothing goes up like a pallet, yeah.
Yeah, and they showed a couple of TV things where they had all these pallets and they were burning, and they're worth a fortune.
Are they?
You've got people going around nicking them from outside buildings and everything else, because they're worth about £5-10 a pallet.
Oh,
they can't get enough.
Wait a minute, fortune?
No.
I had pound signs coming up in my eyes because I've got a pallet. £5.
Yeah. No, but what I'm trying to say is they do go around. A lot of people going around at night, just picking them up.
I don't doubt it. Yeah.
Right. And also, with my favourite subject, with yourselves, I've got to be careful on this one. And I understand where you are with Corbyn. Corbyn never came out to say that he wanted to stay in Europe. He was always pro-Brexit. That's the only thing I'd say with Labour with that.
Yeah.
Because if you'd had a Labour leader that actually sort of did promote staying in, I think we'd have stayed in and we'd have been better off.
That the second part of that is undeniable, but the first part, well, we'll never know. All right, thanks a lot, Ian. 0345 6060 973. So that's where the money is. Pallets. Chris emails, your caller Russell hates Keir Starmer because, like many Leave voters, they hate people smarter than themselves. Well, as long as you don't say anything controversial, Chris. He says they don't want clever people in charge. Brexit is revenge for the idiots, and they will keep voting Brexit at every election for the rest of their lives. Well, I think that's probably what we will be doing, voting for Brexit at every election for the rest of our lives. And the reason that people will continue to vote for Brexit, even though it's supposedly done, but it actually isn't done, we're still negotiating. We'll probably still be negotiating one thing or another in 10 years' time. I'm trying to fashion some way of delivering good news. Hey, we just got a trade deal with Tuvalu. Woohoo! Yeah. One of the bizarre things about this country is that we are the only country in the world that has just fashioned a trade deal that's going to make trade more difficult. Nobody has ever done that. That's just us. Just now, at this most inopportune time. We are making trade more difficult by signing a new trade deal, not easier. We're the only country that's not only doing that now, we're the only country that has ever done that. No country in history has ever signed a trade deal that makes trade more difficult. Just us. Still, I'm sure he's doing his best.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Ugh, if I hear that one more time. Oh, good news about Keir Starmer, by the way. Not Sir Keir. I just absolutely flat out refuse to use people's titles unless I'm making fun of them. I mean, nobody would call him Mr. Keir Starmer, would they? But everybody falls over themselves. We're such a cap-doffing country. I very much doubt that any other country on earth doffs its cap and genuflects before funny titles more than we do. Sir Keir. That is one of the reasons that he is up against it in mounting a functional opposition. But again, if the Labour Party was run by a nodding dog on the rear shelf of a car, then it is an alternative to what we've got at the moment. And you can't tell me that a nodding dog on the back seat of a car would fashion some way of relieving the country of tens of billions of pounds that just by crazy coincidence happen to land in the pockets of people that have donated money to that party. It wouldn't happen. But he's doing his best. No. Oh. I think the act is wearing thin. I really do. Like his hair. Chris emails, no, I read that. Mel says, I'm glad you finally said it, what very few others will. The voters in England are stupid, uneducated, narrow-minded, gullible fools. Well, wait a minute, Mel. Don't sit on the fence. Tell us what you think. He says the Tory party is built exactly to mirror that electorate as a machine to take and hold power. Tories are no longer even a political party, just an election machine. That guy was really depressing on the news. He's talking about all those people that have gone to festivals. People go to festivals because they want to have a party. And instead, you're going to get electrocuted, blown into the sea and drown. And all because you wanted to see Fatboy Slim. If that's what you've gone for, I can tell you ahead of time that you are in for a serious disappointment. I've seen Fatboy Slim. Boring. Couldn't be more dull. I mean, really, just incredible that man gets away with that as an act. I mean, he ain't got no act. As far as I could tell, and this is, I probably, stop me if I've said this before. I saw Fatboy Slim by mistake in Hyde Park. I had a freebie, and I went along to see, and I can't remember which it was. I'm sure I was talking to Carol McGiffin about this on one of our podcasts.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I went along to see, I think it was either Groove Armada or Underworld, one of those. Maybe it was Chemical Brothers. No, it wasn't them. It was probably Groove Armada, somebody like that. And they were in a tent, and not only could you not get in the tent, but you couldn't get anywhere near the tent. You couldn't even get in the field that the tent was in. So I was forced, against my wishes, to look at Fatboy Slim. Does he have an act?
No.
Not even close. He came on, as far as I could tell, he pressed play, and that was it. There didn't appear to be any further input from him to the music for the next hour. He was just waving his records around at the front of the stage, and that was it. I mean, I don't dispute that he has made good tunes, but as an act, if that's why you've gone to Bestival, risked your life from lightning, thunder, very, very frightening, then, I think that you were in for a disappointment. Never mind, eh? Jeremy email, it serves you right for wanting to enjoy yourself. Jeremy emails, I can't wait to see Bodger going up into space on a freebie trip laid on by one of his billionaire buddies. I reckon he'll have all the Neil Armstrong clobber on straight out of his costume chest. Yeah, the spacesuits don't come in your size, Bodge. No offence. Hey, have you heard about Keir Starmer? Finally, he's seen the light. I'll talk about that in a minute. Falkirk, Raymond.
Mr. Abbott, how are you doing, sir?
Good, thanks.
It's great to listen to some kind of sense. This is driving me absolutely potty.
Uh-oh.
I'm listening to people, English people. I'm sorry, I'm Scottish. I've never heard so much. We have got in Boris Johnson the biggest clown since Charlie Caroli, who's world famous.
Mm-hmm.
A lunatic government. He's got the funny hair like a chimney sweep brush. He walks like young Frankenstein. He's got a shirt continually hangs out his ass, the back of his trousers, as if he's run out of toilet paper. And the English people adore him. They love him. It's cuddly Boris. They all love him.
That's his act. That his whole appearance, his entire appearance, is to make it appear as though he is unthreatening.
Wonderful. He's absolutely wonderful to the English audience.
Yeah.
But to the people, and I'm not saying the Scottish people, we're all head cases up here. We understand all that. But we can see somebody that's a fraud and somebody that is genuine.
Right.
This man, he has got the backing of his right wing. Let me see, Mark Francois, Jacob Rees-Mogg, who's the Bela Lugosi, modern-day Bela Lugosi. Mm-hmm. We've got the Rule Britannia, the Royal Yacht. We've got the Brexiteers UKIP, that's Priti Patel's dad. We've got Nigel Farage, Tommy Robinson, Kate Hopkins. They're all right-wing, and I'm listening to it's coming home, it ain't coming home, but this is the right wing, and I've got to be honest with you, that's the right wing, extreme right wing, but we've also got, and I'm Labour, please Nick, and I know you're busy, I'm not trying to hog the thing, I'm Labour, voted Labour all my days, I don't want to leave the UK, but we've also got the extreme right wing I've just mentioned, but we've now got the extreme left wing, Chris Williamson, George Galloway, Scotsman, God almighty. At the end of the day, Mr Starmer has more trouble with the left of the Labour Party, and I'm Labour, voted Labour all my days, than he has with the cabal of that government is an absolute joke. But I'll tell you what, the English people, if they're listening tonight, Nick, allow me this, please, because I'm 76 going to 95.
76 years old, yes.
Well, yes, and I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to say this, and I'm being quite serious. I'm quite passionate about this. But at the end of the day...
Get ready, everybody. Here it comes.
Here it's coming. I'm speaking from Scotland, and we've only got one Labour MP left, and I know we're kaput, we're finished. But unless all these idiots down south start giving Mr Starmer a little bit of credit, because I voted Labour when Corbyn was there, I voted Labour in Miliband, I voted Labour all my days. We've now got this idea, no matter what happens, he's going behind the polls. The idiots are the people that are voting for him. And instead of getting Mr Starmer, he took the knee. He took the knee way back last year because it was the idea, this is what it... And now they still can't get it. I'm going on. I'm going to end up my own trouser leg the way I'm going, Nick, honestly.
Yeah, you're going to be dialing 999 because you'll be having an embolism. Yes, you need to calm down. Don't worry, it might never happen. Oh, no, that's right, it already has. Thanks a lot, Raymond. In a nutshell...
We've got a few idiots in our party.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much what he was saying. Stop voting for people who don't have your interests at heart. And then afterwards persuading yourself that you only voted because you didn't have an alternative. Of course you did. There's always an alternative. Well, there might not always be an alternative, but at the moment there is. But when people say, "Oh well, you know, what would it have been like if somebody from the Labour Party, Jeremy Corbyn or Keir Starmer, was in charge instead of the dear leader Boris Johnson?"
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Well, it would undoubtedly have been better, and we know that because every other country on earth pretty much has done better during the course of this pandemic than we have. All of them. Name a country that's done worse. I double dare you. Still, it was emotionally put. He was a little bit emotional. You need to calm down. Just think of serene thoughts. Think of the heather on a brisk autumn day. Jeremy emails. I can't wait to see... no, I read that. God, I'm very, very repetitive. Bill says, let's see if I've read this one. All agreements signed by politicians are closely read and explained to them by government solicitors before they add their signature. Therefore, whatever agreements they sign, they are fully aware of what they mean and their implications in advance. And if this somehow is not the case, then we might as well prepare to sink into the ocean along with the rest of this COVID island. Yeah, you'd think that they'd know what they signed before they signed it. I don't think that they were remotely interested in what constituted the Brexit deal. I don't think they cared because I imagined then, and I have not been dissuaded from this opinion, that the goal is no deal. The goal is stripping the country of regulations that multinational corporations find intrusive. They find are an impediment to their profitability. You know, regulations like you've got to clean up the effluent from your factory before you pour it into the sea, which costs a lot of money, which means that you'll make less profit, which means that the bonuses of the chief executive officers will be smaller this year. You know, annoying regulations like that. Regulations that prevent or restrict the ability of financial organisations to rip off their customers. You know, banks hate that. Oh, God. We've got to actually be honest with our customers. We can't just take them to the cleaners because they haven't read the small print. How annoying is that? That means that this year we'll only make £350 billion profit instead of £360 billion profit. That's a whole £10 billion I could take unto myself, thinks the chief executive officer. These are the rules and regulations that they've been desperate to get rid of. That's the reason that Brexit happened. It's not for the little people, not leprechauns. It's for the people that funded it. And the people that funded it are billionaires, mostly who don't live here. That's the amazing thing. People abroad, or who used to live here, and then, once they had fashioned the result that they wanted, then fled abroad. And we know what their names are. When the people who took us to this destination get in a fast car and drive in the opposite direction, then you have to start wondering, why are we going in the direction that they've sent us, but they're going in the opposite direction? It's like being captain of a ship and it heading to the rocks, and you, as captain, leave the ship and go into a motor launch and speed off in the opposite direction, yet insist that the boat that you've just left continues on its current course. But his fans, they just think, I don't know, at this point, I really don't know what they think, other than, we won, get over it. I think that that's the extent of it. And they'll be looking for Brexit benefits from now until the end of time. And because none will become evident, they will continue to vote for Brexit. They will continue to vote for not admitting that you've been had. And Keir Starmer has finally not taken on board a way out, but actually not dismissed it out of hand. Keir Starmer has hinted at a rainbow alliance to fight the Tories at the next election, which he expects to happen within 2 years. A rainbow alliance. Finally, he gets it. The Labour leader refused to rule out making a pact with other parties, such as the Lib Dems and the Greenies, in order to maximise the chances of defeating Boris Johnson. Labour was seen as having helped deliver victory for the Lib Dems in the recent Chesham and Amersham by-election by carrying out minimal campaigning. But such a strategy could also revive a Tory attack line about the possibility of Labour teaming up with the SNP to form a government. A prospect weaponised effectively by David Cameron.
I think this is nonsense.
In an interview with the ITV's Robert Peston, Sir Keir, we've got to stop. He has to start insisting that people drop the title. It's not helping, is it? Let's be honest. Sir Keir was asked if an electoral alliance could be on the cards given the scale of the deficit he has to make up against the Tories. He said, we've got a lot more work to do. Obviously, going into the next general election, there will be a question of what we do, which is just a lot of words that don't mean anything. He says there's a majority broadly against the Tories in this country. Not broadly against, totally against. 43.6% voted Tory at the last general election. 56.4% didn't. I mean, that's not even close. That's huge. But with only 43% of the vote, they got the majority of seats, which is an indication of the screwed-up system that we have with politics in this country. So the majority opinion went with left-leaning parties, but they were split among several parties, whereas on the right, all you had to choose from was the Bodger party.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
43.6% went with Bodge, and and when he acquired power, he knew not one thing about what to do with it. It's like a dog that catches a car. You know, you bark and you run, and then you catch up with the car, and then what? 56.4% of the population voted for left-wing parties, but their vote counts for nothing, because they get nothing. The people that voted Lib Dem get nothing. The people that voted Labour, nothing. The Greenies, nothing. But if all of those people clubbed together as a team, then, and only then, could the opinion of the majority be heard. Sir Keir says he believes that the road will run out for Boris Johnson as the public believe in integrity, honesty and accountability. No, most obviously not. That's not what the public believe in at all. The public believe in being entertained in enough numbers to deliver us the result that happened last time around. And the same thing's going to happen next time, and the time after that, and the time after that. There's going to be a minority Conservative government forever, unless Rainbow Coalliance. I mean, there's so many other countries that are run by a coalition. I mean, we think that that no such thing could ever work, but it works in so many countries, and it makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, it tempers the worst nature of the dominant party, and other parties who would ordinarily be completely ignored have a say. Makes sense to me, unless you think that a democracy is just one dictatorship after the next. Sir Keir claimed Mr. Johnson had been lucky due to the pandemic, with the government able to address fears over the virus and job security through the vaccine programme and the furlough scheme. Yeah, when you're doling out the money, then popularity ensues. That's why people think that Fishy Sunak is a superb politician. That's because he's the bloke with the money. Honey. He says, Starmer says, with most people now jabbed and the furlough scheme winding down, Sir Keir suggested that the public's attention will turn to other aspects of the PM's record. Yes, it's a pretty dreadful record, eh, Bodge? He says there was government by soundbite and mounting promises that are just broken on issues including the Northern Ireland Protocol, the size of the army, overseas aid, tax and social care. Which sounds like everything to me. But at least we'll have a £200 million boat that nobody will want to go on. I've said this before. Nobody important enough to get an invite to that boat will want to go on it, because they'll have to leave their 5-star luxury presidential hotel suite to get in a car and be driven to the armpit of town, which is where the docks are, an area they would never normally visit. And they're going to be trundled up onto a smallish yacht, which will be completely overshadowed by some oligarch's much bigger yacht, which will be parked next door. They'll think that our yacht is the tender yacht to take you to the bigger yacht. It's so obviously not for trade that it's just comical that they keep coming out with that line. Oh, it'll represent global Britain on the world stage. Yeah, a country so desperate to get a trade deal that they've fashioned an invite to a small boat in an area of town that you wouldn't want to go to. It's just incredible. Anyway, Starmer says there's government by soundbite, mounting promises, blah, blah, blah. He says, I don't buy into this argument that character just doesn't matter. I do think that in the end, integrity, honesty and accountability do matter, and I think there will come a point at which the road will run out for Johnson on this. Well, yes, but when? At what point will the road run out? I mean, will people be still writing his obituary in 20 years? And it still won't have happened yet. His political obituary, not his actual obituary. He said, as an Arsenal fan, he praised the England football manager Gareth Southgate for showing far more leadership than the PM. He said that he took a swipe at Johnson's appearances supporting England, saying, I've been an England fan all my life, and I don't wear my England shirt over my ordinary shirt and tie because real fans never do that.
Correct.
Absolutely. But as we know, Boris Johnson isn't a real fan. Couldn't care less about football. Couldn't care less about football until he realised that his fans like football, and then he decked out number 10 like a council estate. Did he do it for the rugby? No. He would have watched the rugby, but he did put no flags. There was no bunting. It was a bunting-free zone during the Rugby World Cup. And I have to admit that I'm on dangerous territory here. I have no idea what I'm talking about with rugby. I couldn't care less about rugby.
Boring!
But he likes it because that's what they play in public schools. Rugby and cricket, those are his sports. But they're not the favourite sports of his fans, which is why he didn't show, a public support. Didn't stand there outside the door of number 10 going, paw! And trying to wrap himself in that tournament because he knows that his fans, that's not their thing. And so he pretended to like football because, that's what his gang like. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Hove, actually. Sean.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Sorry, you'll have to excuse me. I was just sniggering and laughing at some of the jokes you were saying in the lead up to me coming on. You hit the nail right on the head. They do exactly what they think Donald Trump would have done. To me, you can tell by the accent, I'm Irish, and so I'm kind of interested in what goes on in Northern Ireland and things like that. And there's a part of me that actually, you keep going like that, mate, because you'll actually give us a united Ireland. Because there was a poll, I don't know whether you saw it, there was a poll amongst unionists in Northern Ireland now who actually, God love them, who really want to be loved by the English, have now come to the realisation, I think the figure was 70-something% of them were thinking, well, actually, why are we looking at London? We'd be better off treated by Dublin. And when I was in the run-up to Brexit and stuff, I was actually doing part of my job was ringing different people around the country to help them to do stuff. And I used to end up talking about Brexit, just to get what they're feeling. And Brexit was and I think the hardest thing for people to fight Brexit is that everyone came at it with their own, what they saw was going to be the great thing out of it. So you couldn't really, it was like quicksand, you couldn't really come at it from any particular angle.
Yeah.
And the amount of them, and I would say to them, oh, well, what about Northern Ireland? Oh, no, we don't care about Northern Ireland. If we have to lose it, we lose it. And I used to feel sorry. I thought to myself, God, if you unionists could hear this, you'd actually love that. But it's like, I, like you, and I totally agree with what you said earlier on about the fact is that what does this guy have to do to actually make the public in this country kind of stand up to him? I mean, he wastes over £37 billion on useless track and trace, which I have to admit I do have running on my phone, but I did that as a sense of community.
And that number gets bandied about a lot, and once you get into large numbers, it becomes you can't imagine the size of the amount. So let's put it into perspective. 37 billion, it's going to be about 40 billion. I mean, if they say 37, it'll be 40. So let's say 40 billion pounds for an app on your phone. That I think that South Korea fashioned theirs that works perfectly a year and a half ago for almost nothing at all.
Well, it was but the other thing that you had your statement didn't cover there was the fact is that Google and Apple both offered to work with the UK government.
And we said no, we know best.
We do it ourselves
because British exceptionalism. But the perspective is NASA put a rover on Mars, which is quite a long way away and quite difficult to do for a tenth of the amount that we spent on an app on your phone.
Well, I mean, and also the other thing that really I don't understand why people aren't up in arms is that there's a few of them. A is they're saying $3 billion to give a decent pay rise to the people in the NHS, who I unfortunately got rushed to A&E in Brighton on Thursday, and honest to God, I felt so well taken care of by these people, and it was like a nut house. I had to leave after a while, and I remember I spoke to the consultant at the end, and I said to her, God love you, I do not know how you do your job. I just wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart, ironically, to thank you for looking after me. It was like a nut house. There was people, they were, Johan said thank you very much. And
what day of the week was this?
Thursday last week.
Right, so
yesterday, but a week. But
okay.
And
because I was in
Freedom Day.
Yeah, right. Because I was in Brighton this week. I do my usual. It was my holiday this week. I went to Brighton for the day. Got a six-pack of beer at the supermarket and sheltered from the sun under the pier. Oh my God! There's some types under the pier. If you go down to the pier today, you're in for a big surprise.
You don't have to go down to the pier to get weird people in Brighton, or shall we say eclectic and unusual people.
They were eclectic and unusual, all right. It was like something out of Oliver.
Well, I mean, I felt sorry for the guys up at the hospital because basically, when we turned up, we were.
Oh my goodness me! Wait! Hang on! I was enjoying talking to him so much, I've completely forgot where I was. I'm not supposed to be having fun here. It's supposed to be a job. Damn it! And I'm very late for the news. I apologise to you and Zora Sullivan in particular. Loz tweets, hey Nick, what about David Cameron and the Greenshill scandal after he, whilst PM, warned against lobbyists? Yeah, he said that, didn't he? David Cameron once said that lobbying was going to be the next scandal. That was after the MP's expenses scandal. He said lobbying is going to be the next scandal, and almost as though he said it by accident, we heard not one word since.
I think this is nonsense.
Yes. Well, we don't need you at the moment today, but if we do, we know where you are. You'll be in the shed where they keep the tools. Anyway, it says, so what about David Cameron and the Greenshill scandal? He warned against lobbyists. Boris is the next evolution of Tory corruption and cronyism. I hate to think what comes after Boris. Totalitarianism. It's a worrying trend. Yes. It is a worrying trend. I mean, you thought Dave was bad enough. Now look. Mark texts, Nick, is that a vaccine passport in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? They really are a terrible idea, says Mark. And Phil says, since taking power, Boris has had no real decisions to make except about the pandemic. And as we all know, it's trial and error, which Labour have to go along with. The pandemic is the best thing to ever happen to Emperor Boris, and this, now not so new regime, I mean government, says Phil. It's a bit confusing, but I think I know what you mean. I just read it wrong. I take full responsibility, and I apologise.
I am very sorry that I screwed up.
Totally screwed up. I am so sorry I screwed up. You don't know how sorry I am.
Correct.
Let's have Oxted. Pat.
Hi, I'm going to talk about boring old politics as well.
Go on.
I don't think Sir Keir need worry. I think if he just sits back and waits for the Tory party,
nope,
who are promising the earth,
nope,
that they can't do,
nope,
they'll just lose the election.
Who will?
The Conservatives.
The Conservatives are going to lose the election if Keir Starmer just
they can't possibly do what they set out to do.
Right, which
and
means
it's
that
always been like that.
Which means that
I've lived a long time, And
How
I
long?
believe
How
that
long have
no
you lived?
party
How long have you
ever
lived?
wins an election, they lose it, and the other party gets in, also does the same thing, promises all sorts of things that they can't do, and the only people that suffer are what if politics was bought for, which is to help the poor. The only people that never get any help is the poor.
The little people, not leprechauns. Yeah, no, I don't think waiting for Boris Johnson to fall over his own lips is going to be a successful strategy. I think you're going to have to get a better strategy.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
It sounds like zero strategy if your strategy is to wait for the opposition to make such a colossal ass of himself that people are going to think, oh, well, maybe we made the wrong choice earlier on. I'm going to lose face by changing my mind and admitting that the people that warned me about him were right all along. That's not going to happen. They will dig their heels in ever harder. And we know that that's true because his popularity goes in only one direction, apparently, up. It doesn't matter what he does. He can be strangling your granny at this moment. And people will say, oh, he's doing his best. It's painful, Pat.
Well, I won't take a bet on it. I'll stick my money on Frankie Dettori any day.
Right. Well, I have no idea what that means, but it sounds underhand and potentially illegal, Pat. You want to control yourself. A person of your age. 034... Thanks a lot, Pat. Appreciate it. 0345 6060 973. But I do think that Phil has got a point there. Since taking power, the pandemic is the best thing that could possibly have happened to Bodger. I mean, the amount of cover it's given for him to pretty much just do whatever he likes. And I'm quite certain that he's not the one that has directed all of the money into the... which coincidentally has just, by accident, dropped into the pockets of major donors. I'm sure that he personally has not been behind each and every penny and where it goes. But he has certainly created the atmosphere that has allowed such a smash and grab raid. I mean, if they actually have the nerve to say that we do not think that an investigation into ourselves is appropriate, so it's not going to happen. We have mulled over the evidence against ourselves, and we find ourselves innocent. And that's the end of it. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Camden. Elizabeth.
Hello, Nick.
Elizabeth.
Oh, Nick, I am so beside myself.
You're beside yourself?
Well,
Can
of.
you see yourself from where you are?
I can see my hand, yeah. Okay, I'll take this slowly because last time, almost like Raymond, I almost had a seizure talking about politics to you.
Okay, well, we'll start low when calm, and then we'll get increasingly agitated as the conversation continues. Go ahead.
Okay, what I don't understand is while everybody is either adoring or detesting, for good reason, Bodger or Boris or Bogus or whoever, Priti Patel is passing these terrible draconian laws by stealth. And even if we get rid of the Tories, we're not going to be able to undo those laws or to knock down the 3 prisons that she wants to build for women. And I'm furious because she is an absolute... I don't know what makes her tick. I don't want to know what makes her tick.
I think that she is a reflection of the personality of the people that vote for the present Conservative Party.
It's utterly fascistic all the way through.
Well, it's just giving people what they want to hear. It's not giving people what they want. Because it isn't.
So we want to be able to not protest.
No.
We want the police to have more power.
Wait a minute. What I'm saying is, she hasn't prevented people from coming in. I mean, we've just had record numbers of people who've crossed the channel, but she talks a good game. It's that old trick of enacting a new law to counteract something that we already have a law for. Instead of using the law we already got, a government of the day will say, well, we see that this is a very serious issue, so we're going to enact a new law to prevent people from killing each other. I believe that there was already a law to prevent people from killing each other, but in reducing the number of police by 21,000 and the number of police support staff by 22,000 and closing magistrates' courts and defunding the entire legal system from top to bottom, has rather meant that you can literally get away with murder these days. Other crimes are even more so. But instead of using the laws they already have, they will enact a new law under a blaze of publicity, and people will think, oh, well, there's a new law. So that problem's solved now. But it isn't. They've just bought themselves some time. And then a couple of years down the line, people will think, well, hang on a minute, people are still dying. People are still getting killed. People are still nicking stuff. They're turning their music up too loud. I can hear it in their cars. And all of those things that they thought were sorted out because the government announced this shiny new law, which obviates the need to actually do something about the laws that they already have. It's the same thing. Have I addressed your issue, Elizabeth?
No.
Another satisfied customer.
I just want people to kick off a bit more about Priti Patel.
Right.
I don't know whether Boris kind of writes things on little toy paper aeroplanes and throws them through her window so he can pretend he's not involved in these terrible new laws.
Yeah, of course he is.
So how is he getting away with it? Now, why does nobody...
It's what the fans want to hear. They want to hear that we're going to be mean to foreigners. We're going to be really cruel to people who are leaving their own land in desperation, often because of what we have done. I mean, Afghanistan, prepare for a tsunami of Afghanistan refugees who are coming here, not because they are... It's not without coincidence that we and America and other allies screwed up their country big time and are now leaving it to the Taliban to retake, with the result that there's going to be hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people fleeing that area with good reason, and some of them, not all, some of them will be coming here. But we want to deny all responsibility, and people voted for Brexit, and Brexit meant fewer foreigners, and that's what they want to hear. They want to hear more foreigners.
They must have moved on by now.
Are you kidding me? They haven't received their prize yet. And with each passing day, it seems to diminish the possibility of receiving the prize of Brexit, you know, the Brexit bonus of whatever it might be, money for the NHS and fewer foreigners and all of these red tape and regulations that are supposedly holding us back, but they can't name any. But they just get this idea that they're being prevented from achieving their best life by some outside force, and so it must be foreigners. Because it's not the Queen. It's not Boris Johnson, so it must be somebody else. We're blaming foreigners. It usually works. I mean, if you look down through history, just identify a minority and blame it on them. It's their fault. And so we're going to be mean and cruel to them, by which method we will win a prize. But the prize hasn't materialised. And so there's only two options. Either continue with the plan and support the dear leader who has promised you the prize, or admit that you've been had and lose face. And we know what people have decided. And they will, until such time as a prize is delivered, they will continue to vote for Brexit, because to do otherwise would be too much loss of face. It's the prize, it is the prize that will keep on giving for the Conservative Party. They will be dining out on Brexit forever. Isla White, Billy.
Hello, Nick.
Billy.
How are you? Are you okay?
I'm great, mate.
Good, good. I'll tell you what, you always have the most wonderful producers, being ever so polite. The chap kept saying, we'll be with you in a minute. It's a little bit like when they get you ready to go on Britain's Got Talent. Not that I've ever been on, but that's what it feels like when it's your glamorous assistant behind the scenes doing all of that business.
He has excellent manners.
Be polite!
Oh, dear. Nick, you've spoken about so much, but I suppose it's got some rather good value to it anyway, because I do love a good old Twitter post that ages well. And I know, obviously, you mentioned, first of all, I think coalitions are a good idea. I think they're wonderful. It's working very well here on the Isle of Wight. Yes. The Alliance Group is 8 weeks into its administration, and the lady running the council, Laura P.C. Wilcox, is doing a great job. And the Tories aren't running the show anymore. And you know what? It's amazing, isn't it? Because when the Tories aren't running the show anymore, it's almost as if the general public get more of a say in matters. And that's exactly what's happening. But do you remember, Nick, when David Cameron said that Britain would face a simple and inescapable choice? And he said that it would either be stability with him or chaos with Ed.
Right. Yeah, a coalition of chaos, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just like a good bottle of wine, I suppose, it ages quite well, doesn't it, that tweet?
No. I assume you said tweet and not twit.
I think this is nonsense.
Yeah, that twit hasn't aged well at all.
No, it hasn't. It definitely hasn't. I mean, what I find quite ironic about it all as well, Nick, is that was 2 days before David Cameron's general election on, I think it was May the 4th, so it must have, that's when it says he tweeted it. And of course, about a year and a half later after that, he kind of did the equivalent of setting the fire alarm off and running away and letting the firefighters deal with the burning house. So
he repaired to his shed. Yes.
Yeah, well, I think that cost about £20,000, didn't it, in itself?
Peanuts. I'll give you a list of... cheers, Billy. I'll give you a list of some countries that are run by coalitions. Albania. Okay, so that's a bad start, but this is an alphabetical list, so give me a break. I mean, no offence to the Albanians, but we do not wish to be compared to Albania, wherever that is. Armenia. Okay, another misstep, but as I said, it's alphabetical. These are countries in Europe run by coalitions. Belgium. Aha. Now, Belgium is fairly stable-ish. If you go to Belgium, you don't think, wow, this country is about to fall on its face. This country has lost its mind. What you actually think is... boring! Yeah, it's a little bit boring. I mean, wouldn't a little bit boring be acceptable at this point? I believe it would. Bulgaria. So far we've had Albania, Armenia, Belgium and Bulgaria. These are countries in Europe run by coalitions. Then Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Iceland, Italy, Kosovo, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Monaco, Montenegro, the Netherlands, North Macedonia, Norway, Republic of Ireland, Romania, San Marino, Serbia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Ukraine, and, in the UK, Northern Ireland. RRR. Every single one of them run by a coalition. Every single one of them, I bet, without exception, has done better from out of the pandemic than we have. I don't think there's a single country in there that's done worse than us. Is there? I mean, okay, somebody wants to look into Albania, if indeed there is such a place. Apart from that, I betcha, there's not a single country in there that is run by a coalition that has done worse from the out of the pandemic than we have, both in numbers dead and in economic hit. In amount of money lost and lives lost. I bet there's not one single one that's run by a coalition that's doing worse than us. And then Australia is run by a coalition. New Zealand is run by a coalition. Tonga is run by a coalition. You thought it was a drum. No, it's a place. Thailand. The Philippines. I mean, Thailand, and I bet Vietnam. Is Vietnam? No, but maybe not. Malaysia, Japan. In fact, it's harder to find a country that's not run by a coalition than it is to find one that is. And yet we seem to have this idea that that way chaos leads. But no, chaos actually leads from a person who is not up to the job being given unlimited power. Ain't that right, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Is that a yes? Yes. Ian emails, Nick, pallets are in demand due to Brexit. All our products now have to be sent to EU countries on heat-treated pallets. Before Brexit, this was not necessary. We were inside, now we are over and out. Emphasis on over, says Ian, who sounds very much like a listener with material.
Oh,
no. Sam says, I am aghast at how stupid the electorate really seem to be. Controversial. I couldn't possibly ever vote Tory, and I never will. However, if I had to vote tomorrow, I wouldn't vote Labour either. As a lifelong Labour voter, I am now torn between the Lib Dems and the Green Party, but unless a significant proportion of the electorate agree, which they clearly won't, no real change will ever happen. It's a sad, sad state of affairs. A sad, sad situation. Yeah, well, how about that whole coalition? The Rainbow Coalition. A rainbow is going to come to our rescue. Oh, my God, are people still going on about Hazard and Sparkles? He's signed a 4-book deal, or maybe he hasn't signed a 4-book deal. It doesn't matter one way or the other. He hasn't started to write it yet, and people are already outraged at its contents. Talk about distracting people with shiny baubles. Put your shiny baubles away, Hazard. Nobody wants to see that.
Disgusting.
Some texts and emails and tweets and such from last night. Ian emails, pallets are in demand due to Brexit. And how's that going, by the way?
Brexit's going great.
Thanks, Nige. Love your work. Spotted any dinghies lately? He says pallets are in demand due to Brexit. All our products now need to be sent to EU countries on heat-treated pallets. Before Brexit, this was not necessary. We were inside, now we're out. Emphasis on over and out. Does that make sense?
No.
A little bit. Yeah, we were discussing pallets last night. It was a pallet-heavy show. Oh, on and on and on we were talking about pallets. It was very, very interesting.
Boring.
Paul emails, you called Boris Johnson fat. That is an outright lie. I did no such thing. Porcine, perhaps. Hefty, a little bit wobbly. Triple extra large, perhaps. He says, you called Boris Johnson fat. That means you know Priti Patel? Yes. She might well put you in prison for 14 years. I swear she's the most dangerous person in British politics, says Paul, not Boris. Priti Patel seems like, if Boris is the drug dealer, Priti Patel is his Rottweiler on a string. On a string. I'm just saying that she's his Rottweiler on a string, that's all. Sam says, I am aghast at how stupid the electorate really seem to be. What? Well, don't sit on the fence, Sam. Tell us what you think. He says, I couldn't possibly ever vote Tory, and I never will. However, if I had to vote tomorrow, I wouldn't vote Labour either. As a lifelong Labour voter, I am now torn between the Lib Dems and the Green Party, but unless a significant he actually spelt it like that. It was a typo. He says, but unless a significant proportion of the electorate agree, which they clearly won't, no real change will ever happen. It's a sad, sad state of affairs. It's a sad, sad situation.
Rock and roll!
Everybody sing. Yeah, unless Sir Starmer agrees to a rainbow coalition. And he used to say no. Furthermore, in fact, he used to say...
No, 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 no.
Yeah, but now he's saying... Yeah, think about it. Because otherwise we will continually forever have a minority-voted Tory government with a majority of the seats. That is the screwed up situation that we have in this country now. Give him a year or so, and voting will be banned on threat of 14 years in jail. In case by voting against the government, you are criticising them. Well, there were so many stories coming out now, really digging a hole for Boris Johnson. I do think that the stardust is waning. So many stories just really ripping into him, and some of the usual suspects who are his fans, who represent his cult base, are also writing stories that are quite negative about him, like the Express and the Mail. Can you believe that?
No.
Paul texts, I saw Nigel Farage on the television moaning,
whinging and whining and moaning,
that Boris has signed a bad Brexit deal. Dawn Butler was kicked out of the Commons for calling Boris a liar. Dominic Cummings told the Nation our PM was ludicrous. The police have turned their backs on Priti Patel. Have I missed anything? It's all starting to fall apart. It's all starting to fall apart. You know, things that seem unmovable, things that will be with us forever, like the Berlin Wall, for instance. I want to go over the Berlin Wall. They are unmovable and seem to be impenetrable and will be with us forever until they're not. Until one day you wake up and there's a bloke with a pickaxe chipping chunks out of it on top and not getting shot. Things that seem that will always be dogged by are they seem immovable until they're not. Maybe Bodge is starting to budge. James emails, it's a good job old Bodger isn't an athlete competing at the Tokyo Olympics this year. If he was forced to sleep in a cardboard bed, he'd soon end up on his back on the floor. He could always do a Kim Jong-un and lie about breaking world records, I guess. The public would probably believe him. I don't understand much of that, but it filled up about 30 seconds. Thanks, James. Already, I remember how annoying it is, the BBC coverage of the Olympics. They go on and on and on, and they talk and they talk and they talk. When will they ever stop talking? Can't you just shut up once in a while so we can just watch the Olympics? And if they're not talking, they're switching channels. Oh, it's so incredibly annoying. You can't watch anything. Oh, we're going to have the road race for the cycling for 5 minutes, and then if you want to continue watching the cycling, tune to the red button. It's on the red button, and you press the red button, and you wait 6 hours for it to actually grind into work, and it's not there. Can't you just stick with an event that a lot of people would enjoy watching and just stay with it till the end? Why does it have to go from BBC One to BBC Two, and now it's on BBC Four? And for viewers on BBC Four, you might like to go to the red button. And if you haven't got a red button, then you're totally screwed. You're welcome. And so I thought, oh, forget this. I'm not watching it on television. I'm going to step into the future. I'm going to watch it on a thing called the Internet. Have you seen the Internet?
Disgusting.
Oh, all sorts of things on there. You wouldn't believe it. And so I thought, well, with, you know, they've got technology. They'll be able to have an event, and you'll be able to watch it from the beginning to the end, because the Internet can fit all of that stuff on it, right? I mean, if you've only got 2, 3, 4 channels on the television, then you can only put so much on there. But on the Internet, it's unlimited. There is an unlimited amount of information available on the Internet. I thought, so it'd be a piece of cake to see the gymnastics, for instance, from start to finish. You know, when the results come out. Of course it blooming well isn't. They don't even do it right there. They just replicate what's on BBC 1 and 2 on the Internet. What's the point of that? Morons. We're surrounded by morons. Anyway, you know me, I never complain.
Stop whining.
0345 6060 973. Gerard emails. I think over the course of the programme you told one or two, maybe even two different callers. Shall I start that again? I think over the course of the programme, was it maybe yesterday's programme? I think these are yesterday's emails. Are these yesterday's emails?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think over the course of the programme you told one or maybe even two different callers that you did not vote for Jeremy Corbyn. You remember Jeremy Corbyn, don't you? No! Yes, that's him. Did you, in fact, tell us once, or am I imagining it, that you did used to be a Labour supporter but you stopped for some reason or other? I would never pry. I bet he's about to pry.
Affirmative.
Yeah, I think a pry is coming on. I would never pry, but if I had to place a bet, I would say that you are a Lib Dem. Or maybe you even gave your vote to Caroline Lucas's Groovy Party.
Yowza.
I would stake my life on it being one or the other, says Gerard. No, I voted for the Nazi Party. The Nazi Party. Because there's very good people on both sides. That's what I remember. From the man who always used to do things proper.
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things proper.
He does things proper. Yeah, sure. Why not? It's just incessant. I mean, those commentators on the Olympics, they just can't shut up. Apart from anything else, it's very disrespectful. Do you remember the tennis? When the tennis wasn't boring? It used to be Dan Maskell. Oh, I can't believe I pulled that name out of the air. See? Not totally decrepit. Dan Maskell. Now, see, I'm doubting myself. Is it Dan Maskell? I'll ask the bloke next door. Was it Dan Maskell?
No idea.
He's got no idea. He's like 12. What am I asking him for? He's like, why are you asking me, Grandad? Grandad? Why, you little... He's... Dan Maskell. Oh, he used to be brilliant. That's the essence of a commentator right there. He used to say, oh, there's a magnificent backhand there. Oh, what a cross-court forehand. And that would be him, whispering every now and again. Otherwise, we'd be watching the game in rapt silence. But now it's just blah, 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 blah. You can't shut them up. It's like doing a talk show. You're not on radio. We can see the pictures. You don't need to describe them to us. And that bloke, I don't know who he is. He's probably excellent in every regard. But the guy on the gymnastics who can't stop telling us what each individual little thing they do, their name is, nobody cares. Nobody cares if it's a Kovac or a Stoli or a double Bogdan. I mean, it all looks the same to us. It's all a hop, skip and a jump. Why you keep telling us the name of the Russian who first did it? Nobody is interested. They all look the same. I mean, it's not like we're going to rush out and try it. We're not going to Google it and see, get a YouTube video up about how to do that. Just let us watch it in silence. What would be so wrong about that? Anyway, Emma emails. Well, blow me down. Never knew that YouGov polls that always seem to suit the narrative and frequent... The narrative? What does that mean? The narrative of what? Whose narrative? Anyway, this is it's a collection of buzzwords. She's probably been reading the internet.
Oh, no.
She says, well, blow me down. Never knew that YouGov polls that always seem to suit the narrative and frequently used and quoted by MSM. Uh-oh. Anytime anybody says MSM, mainstream media, don't make eye contact. Just back slowly out of the room. She says, shall I read it from the beginning?
No.
Well, blow me down. Never knew that YouGov polls that always seem to suit the narrative and frequently used and quoted by MSM are not quite as it seems. It was founded by none other than the UK's very own vaccine minister, Nadeem Zahawi, and many of his family are shareholders, says Emma, as though she's imparting some hitherto unknown information. We know that. It doesn't mean to say that their polls are skewed. I'm sure they are excellent in every regard. In fact, it was a YouGov poll that came out today saying essentially that the something has licked the guilt off Bodger's gingerbread. I mean, is it me, or do the wheels seem to be coming off Bodger Johnson's chara-bang? Is it just me? I think his act is starting to fail him. I've been saying this for a couple of weeks now, and there's been some chinks in his armour. Probably shouldn't say that. There's been some... I wish I hadn't drawn attention to it now, but now I have.
Oh,
no. Yeah, his act is beginning to fail him. As I say, I've been saying this for a couple of weeks now, and I think it's becoming more and more evident. Even the cult fans are going to have to start to admit to themselves, if not out loud, that his aura is diminishing. It's the only thing about him that is diminishing. No offence. The Tory party's lead has collapsed to just 4%, its lowest in 6 months, amid fury over national insurance tax hikes to fund social care reforms, says the Mail. No, that's not it. Not even close. What are you talking about? People don't even know what that means. It hasn't sunk in yet. It's not definite anyway. It's something that Boris Johnson said, and it's just as trustworthy as anything else he says. Liar! It's collapsed, his support, I would guess, because of the lies and the fantasies and the promises casually thrown about, have had enough time to roost, and they haven't laid a thing. Is chucking all these seeds of untruths about, and none of them germinate. I mean, you can only fool some of the people for a certain amount of the time. And then even the dimmest ones will start to see the light. It is the Conservatives' smallest lead, apparently, since mid-February, when the UK was in the midst of its third lockdown. This is according to a YouGov poll conducted for The Times. Two pillars of the establishment. If they're saying that Bodger is on his uppers, then there may be something in it. The data gave Johnson's government 38% support, down from 44% the previous week. And my question is, what are the 38% thinking? What are you thinking? Do you get the news where you live? 38% of the people of this country still support him, and he's got a stonking majority. That's the nature of democracy in this country. Shh. By comparison, Labour had gained 3 points, 34%. They got 38%, the Tories, 34% for Labour. Of course, the Tory manifesto said that national insurance and income tax and VAT will not be increased during this Parliament. That was a Bodger promise, and Bodger's promises aren't worth the paper they're printed on, are they, Bodge? No. I bet Bodger's very keen about the idea of raising revenue for social care through national insurance contributions, because it hits those on the lowest incomes the most. And pensioners, who are his voters, don't pay anything. I mean, imagine anything better to troll his newfound fans. The poor must pay the most, and those that benefit immediately pay nothing. How totally Tory is that? It is peak Bodger. You've outdone yourself, Bodge. I can't think of anything that could test his cultists more than that. I mean, really rub it in their faces. Once again, it's what would Donald Trump do? I know I keep saying this, but when the government stops being guided by the principle, what would Donald Trump do, then I'll stop saying it. What would Donald Trump do? He'd say his fans are stupid while in front of them on stage.
I love the poorly educated.
I love the poorly educated, he said to a crowd of mouth-breathing knuckle-draggers, and they whooped and cheered as though it was a compliment. I bet this government wakes up in the morning and thinks, what can we do to them today? Absolutely nothing seems to faze them in their love for the Bodge. What can Bodger do to them today? They'll poke them with a stick, and they'll say, "Thank you." Yeah. Thank you for using a stick. Keir Starmer said the trouble is that nobody believes a word the Prime Minister says anymore. He promises he had a plan for social care, but he has ducked it for 2 years. Yeah, you remember 2 years ago that Bodger said he had a plan for social care? Yeah, it was one of those oven-ready plans. Yeah, he's going to tell us all about the plan as soon as he thinks one up. He promised not to raise tax, said Keir Starmer, but now he is planning a jobs tax. Whoa, steady on there, Your Honour. You're actually sounding like the opposition. And maybe that's what people like. I mean, instead of timidly agreeing with everything the dear leader says for fear of sounding unpatriotic, maybe Keir Starmer should start bashing lumps out of him. Sick him, Starmer. So Bodge is on 38, Starmer's on 34. Getting closer. Still amazingly in the lead. And I detect that the press are starting to move away from Bodge because they have been his chief cheerleaders, the press. It's them what made Bodge possible, isn't it? The offshore billionaire news barons. But these articles now are coming out in newspapers that would ordinarily be supportive of Bodger. I think perhaps there's a change in the wind. Perhaps he has served his purpose. He bulldozed the nation into voting for something that is not in our interests, and now we're out of the EU. They don't need him anymore. I'm sure they would prefer somebody a bit less chaotic. Somebody more dependable, who could take instruction better. And the reason that it looks like the press are getting tired of him is the pictures that they're picking. It's not necessarily the words that are in the story, it's the pictures that accompany the story, because they must have thousands to choose from. I mean, there's no end of pictures of Boris Johnson. There's wacky Boris Johnson, and there's dressy-up box Boris Johnson, and there's serious Churchillian Boris Johnson, and there's funny family man Boris Johnson. There must be a million pictures of Boris Johnson to choose from. And yet the ones that I've seen to accompany pictures, to accompany stories just lately, are of him looking tired and mournful, regretful perhaps, and a bit mad, with his wonky teeth and his wonky hair. You're looking very wonky, Bodger.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. I'll squeeze this one in before the news because he is a regular, so I'll give him just moments. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, I totally agree with you about Bodger's halo slipping, and there's nothing so sad as a failing cult.
Yeah. As an unfunny comedian.
Bit like Tommy Robinson, he's a failing cult as well, so...
Okay.
He's been in the news getting fined 100 grand for insulting that kid. But now I've got an idea. I thought that a way the Labour Party could enhance their chances at the next election was if, whenever they go on Question Time or LBC or Peston or whatever, they rename the Conservative Party, because Conservative is quite appropriate, the con bit. But it's been around a long time. It doesn't cut through. So if they started referring to the Conservative Party as the Self-Servative Party, because they give themselves contracts and their mates contracts and they dish out the jobs to themselves.
Yeah, it's a no. It's a no from me. It doesn't work. Say it again.
Self-Servatives.
No, that's terrible. It really is. That's really bad.
It's very descriptive, though.
Well, it may be, but it doesn't trip off the tongue very well, does it? Self-servative. That just sounds like a cafeteria. Oh, yeah, there's no table service. We're self-servative here.
Okay.
So you fail this test. Better luck next time. Thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. But they should stop being so blooming polite. The Conservatives wouldn't be polite in the same circumstance. Can you imagine if Jezza Corbyn or even Sir Starmer were the Prime Minister of this country and they had somehow by mistake rather than by design, fashioned a disaster similar to the one that is swirling around us at the moment. I mean, they'd be absolutely ripping lumps out of them, the Conservatives would. They wouldn't be playing nice. I think that the Labour Party have got to stop playing nice. The time for playing nice is over. Bristwith. Hello, Martin.
Hiya, mate. That's about Keir Starmer.
Yes.
He should be a bit more football knowledge. He going in studs up. He needs to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he needs to scythe in there and upend him. Yes.
That's because when he wished Boris Johnson is happy for his wedding, you know, I thought that's crap. That, excuse my French.
Well, that's just good manners.
Be polite. Well, who was that MP that jumped down the middle of the thing and pulled the mace up? That Labour MP years ago. That's what needs to happen. Wrap it round his neck.
Well, okay, let's not get carried away. I mean, verbally, like metaphorically speaking, that's what you mean, isn't it? Yeah, he needs to tear chunks out of Boris Johnson, metaphorically speaking, not by hitting him with a mace. All right, thanks a lot, Martin. Calm down. 0345 6060 973. It's not war, you know. Yet. Chic email. That's CHIC. The band are emailing me. Well, what's left of them anyway. Chic emails. I think Boris Johnson has discovered a secret winning formula which can be summed up in 3 words, all curiously with the same ending. Shirky, quirky, smirky. Oh, it's a listener with material.
Oh, no.
Well, smirky, yes. Smirking seems to be the default option for the present administration. They all just seem to be smirking all the time, don't they? All of them. Frost, Patel, Bodge, who else? The Sag Man, Super Sag. There's another one. They all smirk. And they're smirking because they're getting away with it. Getting away with it makes you smirk. It's a fact. 0345 6060 973 New Malden. Hello, David.
Oh, hello. Yes, I noticed something which worried me about Boris. You remember when he's been reported, I think, by the great Dominic as saying that he wants people to get COVID and live longer because the median age, the median age of dying of COVID was about 82. Well, he's got a statistical language wrong because the median is the middle mark between the top and the bottom.
Right. So,
in this case,
yeah. So unless people are living 50. To 160, that is incorrect. Yeah.
And so, you know, he's basically, we've got the first law of the Treasury, which is we know he can add up, we know he can project the cost of anything that Carrie's doing, and he can't understand basic statistics. So
it doesn't matter whether it doesn't matter anything. Any of the above is irrelevant when you just make everything up. He just makes stuff up. He's exactly like Donald Trump. You don't have to know anything. You just have to project confidently that you do.
But he should know the language of statistics, shouldn't he? The basic thing, the median,
yes,
the mean.
David, you're not listening to me. I know that you are showing off your knowledge of statistics, but it is irrelevant to Boris Johnson. He has no interest in knowledge or facts or truth.
But he's a man of language, isn't he?
Yes, yeah, exactly right.
He loves his words.
Yes,
he loves his vocabulary.
Right, but that has scant relationship to truth.
Yes. I'd take that, yeah.
All right. Okay, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. This is that story. A scientist advising the government has accused ministers of allowing infections to rip through the younger population in an effort to bolster levels of immunity before the NHS faces winter pressures. I'll sum up in one sound how the NHS is doing right now. Have you tried to get an appointment with the doctor lately? Forget it. whatever is ailing you, then you will either be cured or dead by the time you get to see a doctor. Or more accurately, by the time a doctor calls you on the phone. So a scientist advising the government has accused ministers of allowing infections to rip through the younger population, like it's their plan. The allegation comes after England's remaining COVID restrictions were eased, with nightclubs throwing open their doors for the first time in the pandemic. What could possibly go wrong? All the rules on social distancing and mask wearing were dropped, even as infections run high. Ministers were made aware of scientists' concerns about reopening nightclubs and other crowded, close contact and poorly ventilated venues without testing or checks in place. They knew it. They were told, and they said, "Don't question us, peasant," or words to that effect. On Monday, Boris Johnson made the surprise announcement that COVID passports will be required for such settings, but, and it's a big, giant, wobbly but not until the end of September, in 2 months' time. In other words, plenty of time enough for absolutely everybody in this country to catch the invisible menace. This is Professor Robert West, a health psychologist at the University College London, who participates in SAGE's behavioural science subgroup. He said, "What we're seeing is a decision by the government to get as many people infected as possible, as quickly as possible, while using rhetoric about caution as a way of putting the blame on the public for the consequences." Bingo! That's it. That's the game. I get the feeling that the government has just thrown its hands in the air and go, "Oh, we're bored. You do it, but exercise caution." How can you exercise caution against something you can't see? You can take your masks off, but make sure you wear your masks. You can go to a nightclub, but don't go to any nightclubs. And exercise caution. And whatever happens next is not our fault. That was a message from Her Majesty's government. It looks like the government, this is Professor Robert West, a health psychologist at the University College London who participates in SAGE's behavioural science subgroup. It looks like the government judges that the damage to health and healthcare services will be worth the political capital it will gain from this approach. That's worth saying again. It looks like the government judges that the damage to health and healthcare services will be worth the political capital it will gain from this approach. Did you get that? Doesn't matter how many people die, as long as we're ahead in the polls. A large wave of infections coupled with mass vaccination would push the UK closer to herd immunity, where enough people in the population are resistant to the virus that it no longer spreads. The threshold for herd immunity with the Delta variant is unclear, but scientists estimate that transmission would be needed to be blocked in about 85% of the population. We're nowhere near there. We're never going to get there. I mean, we're coming up against resistance to the vaccine already. It's coming down to political lines, just as it is in America. Oh my God, we are another American state at this point. Donald Trump has lost in America, but he's still running this country. Or at least it's the same people behind both he and the dear leader. Same people, same approach, same destination. We're all going. Hold tight. 85% of the population need to be either vaccinated or have had it for herd immunity. We ain't going to get there. Monday's easing of restrictions removed social distancing, the work-from-home order, the legal requirements around mask wearing, although ministers called on the public to remain cautious. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Do what you want, but do it carefully. The move prompted a flurry of regional mandates to maintain masks on public transport. That's right. A flurry, meaning that adults stepped forward to take control where there was none. I mean, people like the Mayor of London said you can't go on the tube and the bus and the trains without a mask. Manchester, ditto. The change in rules, including legal limits on mixing indoors, are lifted at the same time as masks being thrown off and all businesses reopening and all of that. The change in the rules led to some nightclubs opening at midnight on Sunday, packed bars and dance floors across England. Similar scenes in the Netherlands in recent weeks. See, we already know where this leads, because a couple of other countries have tried this already. And it leads to complete freedom from the disease. No, of course it doesn't. Similar scenes in the Netherlands in recent weeks led the Dutch Premier to reimpose curbs on bars, restaurants and nightclubs as new cases rose sevenfold. 700% increase. Data from the Office of National Statistics show that coronavirus in England is now largely an infection among young adults. And you might think, oh, well, that's okay, it just bounces off them. But it doesn't. This doctor shared a long Twitter trail about long COVID. Did you read that? I'll come to that in a minute. We are living in scary times, boys and girls. It's almost as though it's not a good idea to vote for a clown during a pandemic.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Peter texts, I remember where I was when Sir Richard Branson went into space. I was on Amazon, helping to pay for Jeff Bezos to go into space. Oh, and by the way, what do you think Melania Trump thought of Branson's very important space trip?
I don't care.
Not that actually bothered. Actually not that bothered. You've formed those words into a sentence that actually makes sense without using the word actually. Yeah, I saw that breathless footage, and the commentator actually said that. Remember where you were when you saw Richard Branson go into like the suborbital trip for 10 minutes. Please. Might as well tell me, remember where you were when Richard Branson went to the supermarket. Do me a favour. Boys and their toys. And that Jeff Bezos actually had the nerve. It was so incredibly insensitive and unconnected to the real world that he actually had the nerve to say, thanks very much to my Amazon customers and staff, you paid for this. It's just beyond belief. Said it in a Stetson hat. He looked like an alien wearing a cowboy hat. He does actually look like an alien, Jeff Bezos. He looked like he was getting in a penis-shaped rocket to go and meet his people. Sadly, he didn't get that far. Which billionaire would we like to give a one-way trip into space for the benefit of humankind? A. Richard Branson, B. Jeff Bezos, or C. Elon Musk? Select. Keith tweets, aren't you afraid that you might get put in prison for 14 years for saying something that the government doesn't like? Here in Russia or China 2.0? Oh, like? No. Yeah, that's how it is. Aren't you afraid you might get put in prison for 14 years for saying something that the government doesn't like? Here in Russia or China 2.0? Is there a like missing there, Keith? It does occur to me when I do say things, not necessarily on the radio, because nobody's listening to this, but when I'm at home and I say, like, I blurt something out that is unhelpful to the administration, sometimes I do look at my phone that's lying on the table and I think, oh, probably shouldn't have said that. Is that just me? Or you got your Alexa on the table, and it's just sitting there, listening to you, and you say something, and you think, oh, yeah, probably shouldn't have said that. Oh my God, it's like living in East Germany, isn't it? It happened so quickly. 2 years, just 2 short years. Rodney tweets, after all that talk last night, I hope tonight is a palate cleanser. a listener with material.
Oh, no.
Let's have a call in beautiful downtown Uxbridge. Jonathan.
Hi, Nick. You right?
Yes, good, thanks.
This whole celebrity space race with Bezos and Branson, for me, it's a bit like the football in 1966. I'm only 35, and I don't, I'd love to sort of be part of the new kind of space generation. And all through my childhood, I was like, I'd love to be there, sort of seeing man land the moon. And now we might be getting back to that point. None of these government organisations have got any money anymore, so it's going to be down to the likes of Bezos and.
Are you kidding me? They haven't got any money anymore. We spent more on an app that sits on your phone that doesn't actually work, that people are switching off. It works so badly. We spent 10 times more on that than NASA spent putting a rover on Mars.
It's mad, isn't it? And it doesn't even work.
I just said that.
Yeah, it's but this is the thing. All these. A lot of. I think space has been kind of. A lot of people, the public at large think, it's not the best place to spend your money because there's more important things. And that's the problem. So it is now down to kind of celebrities to do that. And, if we can get someone back on the moon...
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Who cares? We've been to the moon. There's nothing there.
You've got to get back to the moon to go to Mars.
There's nothing there either.
But is it not the kind of excitement of exploring space and kind of...
Well, it would be exciting if I was in that rocket being squirted up into space, but not looking at it. Who cares? I'd rather watch Thunderbirds.
You don't know what's up there. We've only...
Yes, I do. We do know what's up there. Nothing. There's nothing up there.
There could be a little green man on the other side.
There's seriously no little green men. There's not even microbes. I mean, they're beside themselves with the notion that they might find a microbe. Who cares? How are you going to converse with a microbe?
I suppose on a serious point, I mean, they are saying the future of this planet lies in space, with telecommunications.
You know what? The future of this planet's waste lies in space. People are looking at the moon for a place to dump all our rubbish.
Well, maybe, but I think we have to kind of look outside. I've heard quite a lot about kind of solar panels, putting solar panels up in space that could really kind of capture sun's rays.
Oh, sure, yeah, that'll work. What are we going to bring it down on a wire?
Well, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but we got I guess if billionaires are willing to kind of invest in this sort of technology, hopefully you've got to be optimistic. You've got to hope that there's got to be a benefit to it, to humankind.
Yeah, no, to them. Not to humankind, to them. Do they? You seriously think that they're in it for the benefit of humankind? No.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think Richard Branson's got some moles. I think I don't know about Bezos, but I think Richard Branson is kind of what he's pioneered in his lifetime. I think he's a cause for good. I think I know he gets a lot of bad press, but.
Well, why do you think he gets bad press then, if he's a force for good?
Well, trouble is everyone gets bad press these days, haven't you? Only got to say something on Twitter that kind of goes against the grain and you're berated for years.
No, I think if maybe they contributed their fair share and didn't spend so much money on silly boys' toys and actually, acted like normal human beings and conducted their affairs like normal human beings are forced to, instead of being essentially a cloud of mist for legal purposes, then yes, I would call them a force for good. All right, thanks a lot, Jonathan. He wants to see another person go on the moon. Well, what for? You bounce around, you shoot a golf ball, like 6 miles, and then what? What for? Other than we're going to repurpose our satellite as a waste disposal. That's what people are looking for. I'm sure they want to put nuclear power station effluent all over the moon. Once we've run out of a beautiful Earth to put all our rubbish, then we'll want somewhere else. We'll have to colonise another rock in space. And then we'll always be able to look at our rubbish as it lights up the night sky. There it is, up there. I just don't get it. I mean, I get that they could possibly make another bazillion pounds. But what are they going to do with it? I mean, if they start farming their technology out to governments for £1 billion a go, let's say, you want to travel on my boat? That'll be £1 billion, please. And governments will say, yeah, OK, no problem. We got tons of money. We'll just print it. And what are billionaires going to do with another £1 billion? I mean, they can't chew through the money they got already. They have the world's most expensive hobby as their number one time waster. I mean, they've skipped past everything else. It's not like train sets for them. They thought, what is the most expensive thing you can buy? What is the most stupidly expensive thing that has ever been invented on Earth? And the answer is leaving it. I've heard that gargling with washing up liquid makes your teeth whiter. Plus, it tastes lovely. Boris Johnson wants to blitz crime. Well, he should present himself to the nearest police station then. That'd be a good start. Hey, Bodge. Adrian emails, Nick, you never called Bojo fat. Anyway, he's not fat, he's big-boned. Right. He says you're big-boned, Bodge.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Caroline says, I've had both vaccines now, but I have to isolate as I have tested positive for COVID. That's positive.
Negative.
I didn't know you could catch COVID after having the jabs. Did you? Yes, Caroline. Yeah, it's all over the news. Andrew says, Dear Nick, what Betty Davis actually says in All About Eve is, fasten your seatbelts, it's going to be a bumpy night. Yeah, I know. I screwed it up. Never mind. Shall I start the show again?
No.
Nigel texts, Evening, Nick, long live the Queen. Which one? Here is, who's been waiting the longest? Cumbran.
Hello.
Philip.
Yeah.
Yes,
Hi,
Philip.
Okay. Going back to Boris Johnson, I'm never tiring of saying to people that I meet and so on that Boris Johnson is the worst Prime Minister we've ever had for the worst of times. And he's a product, like Trump, of populist politicians. And this is the reason.
Well, he is a populist politician.
Exactly.
He is a product of the people whose overarching plan it is to put people like him in positions of power, and they're doing very well.
Yeah, this is the reason why Brexit is such a mess. I would say that because I'm a Remainer. But, of course, that's why he won the election. He kept banging the drum, get Brexit done, get Brexit done.
And they've already told us, they've admitted, the chief architect of Brexit has admitted out loud in print, he said that the entire edifice of the case for Brexit was a lie.
Yeah. I mean, it's terrible. I mean, I feel sorry for people who voted to leave, and I can blame them for falling for it, but it was the likes of Johnson, Gove, the rest of them, Nigel Farage, and all the rest of them, that all they were interested in was banging that drum for their own interests, and now we're in the mess that we're in.
Yeah, but the people behind him, him and the others that you've just mentioned, those are the actual money. That's where the money has come from to present us these pairs of disasters. And the same in America. They're curiously the same names. They keep coming up over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's a terrible situation.
It's a sad situation.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's getting more and more absurd.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, Philip. 0345 6060 973. Pauline texts, Nick, if Priti Patel was a Rottweiler, the French may be doing their job, which they are getting millions of pounds for, and they are not. Waste of space like the rest. What? Nick, if Priti Patel was a Rottweiler, the French may be doing their job, which they are getting millions of pounds for, and they are not. Waste of space like the rest. Does that make sense?
No.
Zach says, whenever you crack her whip, I imagine Priti Patel as some dominatrix in a black PVC catsuit. Yeah. Well, imagine away, Zach. Imagine away. Please don't share any more of your imaginings with us. This says the BBC can only show a maximum of 2 sports events, maximum of the Olympics due to rights deal with Discovery. You're kidding me. Is that true? Including the internet? Well, that's ridiculous. How much did they spend on that? The BBC can only show a maximum of 2 sports events. What, you mean at one time? Due to the rights deal with Discovery. Well, okay, I did not know that. But if that is true, then what might be better is to pick an event and stick with it, instead of showing us insufficient little clips of many different events that don't give you a sense of what's happening. They're not satisfactory in any way. Like if you want to watch the biking, then you want to watch that. You don't want to watch 5 minutes of the biking, then here's a bit of gymnastics, and then here's somebody playing badminton, and here's somebody playing tennis, and then it just goes on and on and on like that. I'll tell you what it's like. It's like listening to music on YouTube. Very, very unsatisfactory. I actually listened to a whole album on headphones the other day. And after about the first track, I thought, I wonder what else I should listen to now. And I forced myself to sit there and listen to a whole album. You know, like in the good old days. But people don't do that anymore. They look at YouTube, and they play one song, and then they scan down the list of, if you like that, you'll like this. And they don't even wait for that one song to finish. They'll listen to the first couple of bars of it, and then, I'll listen to this one now, and then that one now, and then that one now. It's like a whole meal of pick and mix. So just pick something and stick with it, for crying out loud. I mean, there will be British competitors who people will know. You know, the ones that are famous. People will be tuning in for those events. They do not want to see the diving and the biking and the badminton and the boxing and the judo and the basketball all in the same 20 minutes. Just pick one. Stick with it, crying out loud. Oh, and shut up while you're doing it. Somebody's got to tell those commentators to just be quiet once in a while. Anyway, you know me, I never complain.
Stop whining.
Let's have County Durham. Hello, Sean.
Hello, mate. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
I've got the ideal place for Boris Johnson, right, to isolate. Take him to the moon, put him in a spacesuit, and let him walk round the moon. You know what I mean? And let the spaceship come back down and leave him there.
Right, a one-way ticket to space, in other words.
A one-way ticket to space, aye. Because the man is thick, like. Barney Rubble, I mean, I keep saying Barney Rubble. I mean, he is the spit of him, like. But I think Barney,
you know what? He really is. He's Barney Rubble.
I think Barney Rubble's more intelligent, actually. I think I'm doing it the wrong way
Barney
around.
Rubble was the thick one, wasn't he? Who was the guy who shouted, Wilma?
Fred.
That was Fred Flintstone. Yeah, that's absolutely right. He put the cat out, and then the cat put him out. Right. And then they locked him out, and he's banging on the door shouting, Wilma. Yeah. That's hilarious. Is that still on TV? I'd like to see that again.
Well, you'll have to put it on YouTube or something. Like, it'll be on there. Like,
yeah. You know what else I want to see? Wacky Races. That was great. I bet it's still great now.
Wait, Dick Dastardly, he was talks like Boris Johnson, doesn't he?
Talks like Boris Johnson, schemes like Boris Johnson. He is Boris Johnson.
He is, aye. But at the end of the day, mate, you know, he's going to be 20 or 30 stone when he comes out of that isolation, because every pizzas and all the bloody beef burgers and everything that he's going to be eating.
Yeah, because he's not in isolation, you know. He has a palace of hot and cold running servants. He's got chefs and sous chefs and butlers and maids and wenches by the score, I bet.
You know that one that got hired out of the calling him a liar? Got hired out of the Labour lass, got hired out of the House of Commons.
Yeah, she said...
Calling him a liar.
Yeah.
We should tell the truth. Why the hell did you get knocked out?
Welcome to modern Britain. Actually, it's not so modern, but what's modern is that, and I keep coming back to Donald Trump because we have our own Donald Trump here. Same people who gave America Donald Trump gave Boris Johnson to us. That's where the money came from. Same people. And the reason... I've lost the thread of what you just said. What did you just say? What did you just say?
I don't know. I can't remember, no.
Oh, no, I can't remember. I've just driven myself into the ground.
I think we're all going mad, mate.
Yeah, well, it must be, yeah. I'm blaming you. You made me lose my thread. Now I'll never get back.
I was on about his weight.
Yeah.
Was that what it was about?
No. And then what did you say?
Oh, about the lass getting hired out of the House of Commons for calling him a liar.
Right. Yes, it's okay. So what we've got here is a situation in which the rules have always just been assumed. It was always assumed that people elected to high office would conduct themselves in an upright manner. And so they didn't have to write any of these rules down because nobody ever considered breaking them for fear of loss of face and opprobrium and being tutted at in public. But Boris Johnson and Donald Trump don't have any of those concerns. They're not remotely bothered with being tutted at. All they want to do is whatever they want to do. And if nothing has been specifically written down to prevent them doing it, then they're just going to blast through conventions. They're not remotely interested in how things have always been done. They just want to do what they want to do now. Instant gratification. That's what it's about.
If you get a good job on the stage and a pantomime, like, because every time he tells a lie in the House of Commons, his nose gets bigger.
Right. Okay.
Hey, mate.
Thanks, Sean. Steve tweets, I haven't bothered watching the Olympics on TV for the first time ever. I made a decision today. I thought, I'm not really that bothered. I don't know why, because normally I am wrapped with the Olympics. Ordinarily, sports that I wouldn't be remotely interested in suddenly become fascinating if they have the Olympic rings appended to them. Like basketball, for instance.
Boring!
You know, stuff like that. Or hockey. Things that you wouldn't cross the road to go and see it, unless it's the Olympics. Because you are looking at the best people who are prosecuting that sport in the world. So it becomes fascinating. These are the best that human beings can be. But I don't know, there wasn't much build-up this year, was there? Because we were worried about everything else, dying and all. Yes, we were concerned with dying. Plus, there was no audience there. I think that's part of it. But it doesn't really make any difference on TV because you're still watching the same thing. You're watching a close-up of the athletes doing their thing. It doesn't really make much difference whether there's a crowd cheering or not. It's like the football. I mean, there not being a crowd at the football didn't make me want to not watch Match of the Day. Doesn't really make a difference. So I looked into it today. I investigated it on your behalf, and I can report that it's the same. So I shall be watching it, yes. But I find it deeply annoying that the commentators just can't stop talking and talking and talking. Like I said, especially that gymnastics guy. He's got to stop telling us about each and every the name of each and every little hop, skip, and a jump that they do. Nobody cares. It all looks the same to us. Oh, that's a Kovac. Is it? It looked like the same thing that the other guy did before, that you called something else. Yeah, just stop speaking once in a while. Just once in a while would be nice. And stick with an event. Pick one and stick with it, crying out loud. I'll buy that. It is believable that the BBC can only show 2 sports at a time, if that's the deal that they've made. But that surely doesn't apply to what's already happened. I mean, they can put files of the coverage of an event that has already happened on the internet, surely. Can't they do that? And then people can watch whatever they want from start to finish. You don't have to watch stuff live. If you don't know what the result is, don't make no difference. Am I being too demanding?
Yes.
Apparently. John email. I mean, we paid for it, for crying out loud. Why can't you just give us what we want? Give us what we want. John emails, a slogan to get the vaccines to the idiots that need a catchphrase from this government. Get the COVID vax and get your freedom back. You get the COVID vax and get your freedom back. Is that where you were going with that, John? It must be getting on for 50 years since I heard that first. You do the shake and vac and get your freedom back. I think that's how it went. Nottingham. Hello, Helen.
Hi, Nick. Are you well?
Yes, I am. Thanks.
So it's quite unusual that I ring you up as a NHS clinician, not to talk about NHS.
Oh, yes.
This is a new one, Nick. I tuned in literally as you were talking about Richard Branson's sort of semi-space exploration.
He inserted himself into a rocket and blasted off into space.
Yeah, and that's fabulous. And it took me back about a year ago when everybody went into the initial lockdown and there were talks about furlough and all those things. And I distinctly remember Richard Branson having some genuine issue with, the money we need because of Virgin Airlines.
That's
and
right.
You need to fund us.
Yes. Poor, pitiful me. He said from his billionaire's lair on his private island.
And I think that's... And I will bring the NHS into it, and I will bring the 3% khaki pay offer in over this, because that's reality for us in the NHS. But this guy was sat here a year ago saying, no, you need to fund us, you need to give us money, this is horrific. And you're a billionaire that's just blasted yourself into space.
Yeah.
But you want the public to fund your airline and your... it's the first time I've had to ring in. When you sat there stunned and scratching your head thinking, am I actually believing what I'm hearing?
Is this real life or am I hallucinating, you're thinking?
Yeah. I don't know if you did actually meet Orbit. I know, what's his face? That was the Amazon guy. He didn't really do Orbit, did he? I think they just sort of...
They went up for a 10-minute joyride. I mean, it was literally 10 minutes. Billions of pounds they spent for 10 blooming minutes. And, by the way, NASA came back and said, you're not astronauts. Ha-ha, sure you are. Because they were just sitting there doing nothing. Well, they were passengers, they're not astronauts.
And it makes me really... I know, in seriousness, I'm laughing, but it actually makes me really sad because we're in a position where whether I'm liked or disliked for this, the government has wasted loads of money on a track and trace system that's crap. They've lined the pockets with whatnot. There's billions spent in nonsense. We can't even give our NHS staff a decent pay rise. But these billionaires that want to claim back on furlough and want their businesses secured by the government can just go, we'll just chuck a few billion into going up in the sky for 10 minutes or popping back down again.
Yeah.
I mean, and as much as I laugh about it, there is a seriousness. Because I had to laugh. I was thinking, oh, God. Yeah.
So your mouth is laughing, but your eyes, they're crying.
Absolutely. And do you know something? If I find, after all of this, that he's blasted himself off into space for billions of pounds for the crack, and then he gets any money back from taxpayers to protect his staff, well, I will be the first to be very vocal.
Well, Helen, prepare to shout your face off, because we are in the business of giving money to companies to come and set up here. Hundreds of millions of pounds we're spraying in our post-Brexit desperation for companies to come up and set up here. We're giving them buildings, and we're giving them land, and we're giving them tax breaks, and we're giving them money, actual real-life money.
We can't possibly have lorry drivers on the Brexit deal come over. And if one more person says to me that the shelves are empty because of isolation...
Oh, my God.
That's crap. I'm sorry to say it. The fact is, Brexit has caused that because and it sounds silly, but you know when you go to your local supermarket and get your normal orange juice or your normal whatever.
I can only dream of affording orange juice, Helen.
That's nothing to do with lorry drivers isolating. That has been the impact of Brexit.
Yeah.
And if anybody tells me otherwise, I'll argue till the cows come home.
Right.
But, you know, I'm sorry to put a bit of a dampener on the evening, but thank you for making me laugh.
All right. Thanks a lot, Helen. Cheers, my dear. Keep your chin up. It might never Oh, no, that's right. It already has. England is facing weeks of disruption to bin collection, transport and food supply due to staff self-isolating. Companies and councils have warned amid concerns that the 16th August date to lift quarantine for the double vaccinated could be delayed. This is what The Guardian says, and they're completely incorrect in every respect. I mean, this is disappointing. Even The Guardian is swallowing the government line about this all being because of COVID and the so-called pingdemic. You know, like the app has gained intelligent life and is trying to ruin ours. It's pinging because this is Plague Island. It's not by accident. It's actually hard to believe it, but it's actually doing what it's supposed to, which is what you get when you spend £37 billion on a blooming app. The Guardian is swallowing this line about this being all because of COVID. It ain't because of COVID, and I can prove it to you. Other countries are not suffering these things. France and Germany do not have pictures of empty supermarket shelves all over their social media. That's us, that is. It's not COVID. COVID's in every country. Only in this country do we have the added self-inflicted wound of Brexit.
Brexit's going great.
Number 10 on Friday was scrambling to set up a system to let more key workers take their daily tests rather than isolate for 10 days over fears that large parts of the economy could grind to a halt over the so-called pingdemic. Absolutely everything seems to come as a surprise to this government. Have you noticed? I'm surprised. I'm sure they wake up in the morning thinking, oh, it's light. Who could have predicted that? This 40 is, and they say it's £37 billion. Let's just assume it's a nice round 40 billion. Can you tell us where the 40 billion has actually gone, Bodger? No. 40 billion test and trace system and its app, and it's the single biggest waste of public money outside of war. I mean, seriously, we could have launched a war against France cheaper than the cost of this blooming app on your phone. I've got an app on my phone that can tell me the positions of the stars in the sky, where the planets are in the heavens. And it was so cheap to make, they gave it away for free. This app cost 10 times what NASA spent to put a rover on Mars. Not that kind of rover. Minister said there would only be a narrow definition of critical workers allowed to be routinely excused from quarantine. That's not you, Bodger. Not critical enough. About 10,000 workers and 500 food distribution sites, some NHS and social care workers permitted to take daily tests instead of isolation. And that's interesting because you remember when this started? About 1,000 years ago? Food distribution workers were the ones getting infected a lot. You remember that? On Friday night, Number 10 suggested that police, fire service staff, border staff, transport and freight could also be brought into the exemption scheme. And that makes sense. You know, if you wait long enough, this regime will say something that makes sense. Probably by accident. Some companies are reporting 15 to 20% of their staff absent because workers are being required to isolate for 10 days. So let's chuck the app out because it's working too well. It's not making stuff up. Unless it is. Richard Harrow, Chief Executive of the British Frozen Food Federation, described the current situation as worse than useless. Worse than useless. Yeah, Bodger should get that slogan printed on the front of his lecterns. A Bodge, worse than useless.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
There was also a suspicion among some in the food industry that the government's critical worker exemption scheme would not be ready by the 16th of August. A suspicion. I'll assume that that's going to be the case. Not ready. Surprised, confused, not ready. This suspicion is casting doubt on whether Number 10 really intends to allow double vaccinated people to escape isolation from that date, says The Guardian. As it stands, the new exemption system will only need to apply for the next 3 weeks. Is that clear?
No.
Shall I read it again?
Negative.
George Useless, the Environment Secretary, hinted that the 16th of August deadline could be delayed, as he said that the government had only announced the date to give people some kind of indication of when rules might change. No, that is completely wrong. God, they do rewrite history, this lot, don't they? They didn't say it might be August the 16th. I mean, that's the date that is imprinted in our minds. The local government association representing councils across England said some councils are already having to shut down services because of staff shortages caused by the pingdemic. We've got to stop saying that. That The Guardian is going along with this propaganda that it's the pingdemic that's at fault, not this catastrophic failings by the current administration. Luke Pollard, the Shadow Environment Secretary, said security of the food supply is fundamental and empty shelves show the system is failing. The government caused this chaos by recklessly releasing all restrictions at once in the face of the Johnson variant, hitting the accelerator while flinging off the seatbelt, he said. Yes, spot on, Luke Pollard, Shadow Environment Secretary, whoever you are. Luke Pollard said Labour warned against removing all restrictions in one go, and we want to see a return of mandatory mask wearing in shops and the continuation of workplace testing. The rushed plan ministers have now published looks like a bureaucratic nightmare for businesses while being unlikely to be sufficient. They have a right to be furious, says Luke Pollard. And I think you'll find, Luke Pollard, that the Prime Minister's cultists believe he's doing his best.
Oh, fabulous.
The government's told business that they need to get in touch with their relevant government departments if they want named key workers to be excused, with an email address supplied for them to contact. And how well do you think that's going? One company involved with contacting the Department of Food, Environment and Rural Affairs said it was mired in red tape, with officials requiring hugely complicated detail before exemption requests could be considered. This must be the red tape that we won't have any more of once we were free of the evil European socialist superstate.
Affirmative.
DEFRA said supermarkets have been contacted to tell them how to go ahead with testing to keep the food in store, but many groups said they hadn't been contacted, that the system was not ready, and that we might be looking at empty shelves because of incompetence and red tape. That's good old British incompetence and red tape, that is. And it will be good old British empty shelves. They don't have empty shelves in the European Union. They can only dream of having such clean shelves. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Regent's Park. Hello, Vance.
Hi, Nick. Enjoying your programme.
Thanks.
Nick, these flights into space, especially Bezos's and Musk's ambitions to set up regular flights to the moon and to Mars, they generate huge amounts of heat. Why is nobody talking about their contribution to global warming? I mean, these are disastrously expensive expeditions in terms of global warming. This is serious.
I hadn't thought about that, yes.
Nobody's talking about it. It's nuts, isn't it?
in many and various different ways. Yes, we've got a lot of problems here down on Earth. Let's try to fix at least a few of those before we start blasting into space and ruining other planets.
Exactly, and ruining our own. And the other point, Nick, if I may, you were talking about the Olympics and saying that you're not really interested this year. I feel the same, and I just wonder whether the very idea of competition always requires spectators. I mean, I can't think of any real competition that doesn't have live spectators. Even Scrabble and spelling bee competitions have spectators.
Well, you are a spectator if you watch on TV, you know.
Yeah, you are, but
you mean in person? Yeah,
in person.
I did speak at length. I tried to give the idea that it is worth watching because your experience of watching it on TV is more or less the same because you're in close up with the participants.
Is it more or less the same?
Yeah, it is more or less the same. Yes, I think you'll find that it's more or less the same. Right. More or less the same. Yes, I think you'll find that's true.
I'll get along with that. Thanks, Nick.
Okay, thanks, Vance. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, of course it's worth watching. These poor kids have been sweating their faces off for the last 8 years for this. Like I said yesterday, you don't just think, I'm going to, I'm going to take up biking and I'll be in the Olympics in 6 weeks. 8 years they train for Olympics. And it must be seriously disappointing for them that, like this, they have to go through. They were expecting, razzmatazz. They were expecting all sorts. They were expecting a parade. And what do they get? Nothing. They get to put on their own. They get to put on their own medals and sleep on cardboard. And are dissuaded from having hot athletic interaction with each other.
Disgusting.
Maltext. I can't believe that from Monday the Irish government are demanding that unless I get proof of vaccination or a COVID negative test, I won't be allowed to go inside a pub, restaurant, or place of entertainment. Who do they think they are going against my human rights? Says Mal. The government, Mal. They won. Get over it. Enfield. Hello, Tony.
Yeah, Nick, I was very, very shocked and surprised after Dawn Butler accused the Prime Minister, we all know he's a liar, the whole country knows he's a liar.
Provably so, yes.
Well, nobody, whether the Labour MP, Liberal MP, nobody walked out in support. She walked out after she was told to leave the chamber.
Yeah.
What a disgrace, what a system.
Here's what should happen from now on. Every single... I know they're about to break up, but when they deign to come back from their 6 weeks holiday, every single day, at least one MP should stand up and say the exact same thing. Every day.
Well, absolutely. And let's be reminded, the country's almost in chaos. We've got a housing crisis. We've got hardly any police on the streets. 13% of our nurses go to food banks, according to the Secretary of the Nursing Union. For anyone to say they voted Conservative in the last election, they must be taking sleeping pills. They can't sleep for the night, surely.
Tony, I think you'll find that Boris Johnson is doing his best.
Can I go to sleep now? Thank you.
Yes, you can, Tony. As long as you've taken a couple of the green ones. Don't take the red ones. Absolutely not.
Warning.
Take the green ones. Simon emails, speaking of people who I know voted for Boris, stop calling him that. He's not your friend. He's not a teddy bear. If it was Theresa May, you wouldn't call her Teresa, would you? If it was Tony Blair, you wouldn't say, I know people who voted for Tony, would you? That's part of his act. He presents himself as a cuddly, friendly teddy bear. That's not who he is. Stop calling him Boris. Simon emails, speaking of people I know who voted for Johnson, are very annoyed at one thing, and this is why the polls are closing. What? On the COVID roadmap to unlocking, he said he 100% said it was irreversible. On Monday, in the shambolic press conference, he said hopefully irreversible. This timid hopefully stuff could be his downfall. Would hopefully get Brexit done have worked in 2019? No. So they went with a towering edifice of lies. And that worked. Yeah, it worked. And that's not me making that up. The architect of those lies admitted that it was lies. And he smirked while doing it. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Middlesbrough. George.
Yeah, hello.
George.
Yeah, you're putting forward this notion that we're in danger of the shelves running empty because of Brexit or COVID or whatever. It's not because of that. It's because of Tony Blair put forward this notion that every school leaver should be a university graduate. And, you know, they're not.
50%, I think.
We're now short of blue collar. There's a generation that grew up.
Well, 2 years ago, George, 2 years ago there was no shortage.
Yes, because of Brexit, because of COVID, these are knock-on effects. But there's a generation that grew up thinking that blue-collar work was beneath them.
Well, it's worse. I'm afraid it's worse than that, George. We think that all service industries, for example, are beneath us, which is why we were delighted, even though some might protest otherwise, when European Union workers came here to do all of the jobs that we didn't want to do, like long-distance lorry driving, like being baristas, which is a fancy name for pouring hot water through ground coffee beans, like being cleaners and security guards and every other job that we don't particularly want to do in this country. And we were further delighted that they would do it for minimum wage or less. And now all of those people, all of those business persons that voted for Brexit are whinging, whining and moaning that the very thing that Ramona's said was going to happen has actually come to pass. They can't find the staff, and so they are desperately scrabbling around trying to find the money to pay British staff to persuade them to do the jobs that they don't want to do. And the wages are going up, and their business model is in doubt, and they're closing left, right and centre. That's the problem, George.
It's a stick and plaster. The whole thing about Eastern Europeans coming over to do the jobs we didn't want to do was a stick and plaster.
What does that mean?
It was a generation that grew up that thought that blue collar work was beneath them. Sold a fantasy by Tony Blair.
Well, wouldn't it be better to have a more educated workforce rather than a workforce that just wants to put up with dirty fingernail jobs for the rest of their lives?
Right, well, whether you're thick or whether you're clever, when you drive a lorry, you need the shelves stocked in the supermarket.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you go hungry.
Right.
It's not a question of the Krypton factor.
No, I'm not saying that it is, but we don't have to do those driving jobs. If other countries want to send us people who would prefer to do them, then why would we refuse that?
It's not a question. It's not a question. If we'd voted Remain, right? If COVID had never happened, it was a sticking plaster. The whole thing about
it's not a sticking plaster. It's not a sticking plaster. It's the open economy of the world. We don't make much stuff here because we get China to make it for us because they do it cheaper and more efficiently.
There was a generation that grew up.
Yeah, I know. You keep making the same point, George. You keep making the same point, George. But wouldn't it surely be better if the people in this country were more educated, that did better, higher-paying jobs? And the jobs that they would have done, had they not been educated, are being filled by people from poorer countries. I mean, that's just the way of the world. We don't make cheap T-shirts here because nobody wants to be paid £3 an hour to do it, like they are in China. We do more expensive things. We specialise in complicated machinery and financial products and all of these things that require a certain level of education. And wouldn't it be better for the nation if all of the workforce was better educated so they could do these higher value tasks rather than just saying, oh, I'm going to screw a widget in on a factory line for the rest of my life. There's no... Just because it's poorly paid doesn't mean to say that there's some sort of higher purpose to it. Just because you describe yourself as working class. I hear your point, George, and I think you're wrong. Tim texts, press 601 to get the red button. Don't you press the red button to get the red button? Isn't that why it's called the red button? Josh says, I think the adjective regarding Bodger's obesity that he himself would prefer would be corpulent. That is, corpulent. Yeah, I think he would probably prefer portly or well upholstered. Broad in the beam. Fubsy. That's F-U-B-S-Y. That's what I'm going to call him from now on. Fubsy. Fubsy! I had no idea I was going to do that. Jill texts, Dan Maskell, the best. Oh, I say. Oh, I say, that was a peach of a shot, is the quote from Jill. I don't remember him ever saying that. I remember him saying, oh, I say a lot. Oh, I say. I didn't ever hear him talk about peaches. I don't think it was his thing, Jill. That's all your mind, that is.
Disgusting.
Tony says, when I mentioned my time machine last week, you thought a way of exploiting it. What was that? Well, you want to go into the future and see what the lottery numbers are. Obvs. Millil. Derek. Derek?
Hello?
Yes, Derek.
I've already called.
Called who?
Oh, no. I have I very much like the new title for the Conservative Party, the Self-Servitive Party. Well, I have a new title for the Labour Party, and Bosch should be the very first member of it. And the title should represent everything that Bosch has done in service for the nation over the past year. Well, the new title is the Hard Labour Club, because that's a hard Labour Party. That's what Bosch deserves for his contribution.
Right. OK, well, as soon as you have another thought, Derek, I want you to call somebody else, all right?
Yeah, sure.
OK, thanks. Another satisfied customer. 0345 6060 973. Hey, the rugby isn't coming here anymore. Rugby's not coming home. And neither would they sing such a dreadful song either. Australia and New Zealand will not compete in the Rugby League World Cup at the end of the year due to Bodger Johnson. The tournament is set to be held in England between the 23rd of October and the 27th of November. We'll be lucky to still all be alive when that comes around. A joint statement by the Australian Rugby League Commission and the New Zealand Rugby League cited the pandemic and player welfare and safety concerns amid rising infection rates in the host country, as in here. As in, it's Bodger's fault. How embarrassing is that? New Zealand and Australia are frightened of coming to this country because the pandemic that they dealt with successfully there is still raging out of control here to such an extent that enormous rugby persons are fearful of getting sick. They want to postpone the tournament till next year to see if we can get our act together by then. But I doubt it. What do you reckon, Bodge? No. It remains to be seen whether the tournament can now go ahead without Australia, who have won the title a record 11 times, and 2008 champions New Zealand. They do that sticking their tongue out thing, which I think is just plain rude. Why do they get to do that? No other team does that. Why do they get to do that? That dance thing they do with their tongue sticking out. That's not very nice, is it?
Be polite!
And I'll tell them that to their faces if I ever see them, while poking them in the chest. It remains to be seen whether the tournament can now go ahead. You know, I think that this government will insist upon the tournament going ahead because as home sides, preferably for the purposes of England, we could now win that now that the competition is not coming here anymore. I mean, it will make up for all the fanfare and flag waving that the government was robbed of when England lost to Italy in the Euros. I think the reason that Bodger didn't have the England football team over, didn't publicly invite them over for a chinwag and a photograph, was because he was concerned that they wouldn't show up. I betcha that that's the reason that they didn't get invited. Oh, well, yes, well, we weren't going to invite them anyway. The Prime Minister has much more important things to do than have his picture taken with famous people. Who's going to believe that? Of course, rugby isn't what Bodger's fans like. This is why he won't drape number 10 with bunting when the England team plays rugby. But when it plays football, because that's what his fans like, out it comes. He's all about the gesture politics. New Zealand rugby chief executive Greg said there were stark differences between the management of the pandemic in the UK and Australasia, and recent developments show how quickly things can change. Yeah, things can change here, no doubt, because of the Bodger variant.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
The chairman of Rugby League Football, Simon Johnson, hit back at the decision, saying organisers have bent over backwards and turned double somersaults to meet every single requirement that was asked of them by the Australians particularly. I am angry about this, he said. This is selfish, parochial and cowardly decision which has been taken by the Australian and New Zealand leadership. Wow. Cowards. Cowards who don't want to fly across the globe to arrive in a place dubbed Plague Island. God, are people still going on about Hazard and Sparkles? On and on and on. He hasn't written the book yet. Oh, the royal family they're up in arms. Well, he's not lying, is he? He's not making stuff up. I mean, it seems to be a weird and dysfunctional organisation, just like every other family in the world. Why shouldn't we know the truth as opposed to the fantasy that's written about them? They're just people, you know. People who need people. Oh, I can't bear to hear this again. Not again. Jantex, you are so right about the BBC switching channels at the Olympics. They do the same with Wimbledon. If you want to carry on watching this match, switch to BBC One, they say. Why? Says Jan. It's so annoying, and there's no need for it. And yes, it was Dan Maskell, yeah. It is annoying. You know, not everybody is sitting there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon with a remote in their hands, ready to switch the channel. Some people are recording it to watch it later. Have you heard of a video recorder?
No.
So you can't switch channels. Why can't you just leave it where it is? No, we have to clear the decks at the BBC now because we've got that show where somebody finds some old tat in their attic and they sell it in some flea-bitten auction house. Oh, yeah, everything has to stop for that. Painful. But you know me, I never complain.
Stop whining.
Jar tweets, Nick, could it be Jesus of narrative? Could what be Jesus of narrative? Got no idea what you're talking about, Jar. Bournemouth. Hello, Philip.
Hello, Nick. All these shells that are empty is due to this wonderful pinging that this big Jesse that we got running our country and that wonderful idiot Hancock that cost us 31 billion. That's what's causing our problem.
No.
Nothing else.
No,
That's
it isn't.
what's causing it.
Brexit.
There's no shortage.
Brexit.
Because they're all isolating.
Brexit.
That's what they're doing.
It's Brexit.
They're going past shops, they're being pinged, so they just isolate.
It's Brexit.
It's causing shortages.
Yep. But the shortages were in existence before the ping-demic. Ain't got nothing to do with it.
Oh, it's increased dramatically since. All the shops where the people are not out, all they want to do is turn these damn things off. It's a piece of crap, absolute rubbish.
Right.
You know,
well, if you only spend £37 billion on something, what do you expect?
Listen, I'm 71 years of age.
Tell me to listen.
I haven't had either of the coronaviruses. I won't take them. This is a judgment from our Lord. Look it up in Isaiah. It even talks about the coronavirus. If people
No, it doesn't.
have got it in their brain, they can work it out.
It says no such thing. God,
Oh,
are
yes,
you
it does.
actually quoting the Bible at me like it's a predictor
Yes,
of the future?
Isaiah. You read the whole of Isaiah and you'll understand it.
Yeah, okay.
It's actually in there.
Well, yeah,
you can read it and it'll tell you all about it.
I'm sure you're absolutely right. Yeah, because that's what
And
Jesus
we're all
said. Yeah, all right. Thanks a lot, Philip. Painful. Roger says, it's a bit scary that our generation has gone from young, naive lads, it were grand, to grandad age in the blink of two eyes. If you mean the age at which you are has come upon you, like, really quickly, then I suppose that's precisely what you mean, then yes, I agree. Think of this, kids. I know that you think you're invincible and that you will never get old if you're like a teen or a 20-something, something like that, and you think that somebody who is 60 years old is so decrepit and ancient that you couldn't that is not in your future. You couldn't possibly get that old. But it comes upon you so quick, it's amazing. And you're left stunned, reeling, thinking, well, where did that go? Yeah, it went. It's over. Finished. Finito.
Bye-bye.
James says, I say, it was pretty much all Dan Maskell said most of the time, and it was brilliant. Yes, it was brilliant. He just shut up and let you watch in peace and quiet instead of yakking all over the action. He says, surely by now there should be a button next to the red button to turn the commentary on, or much better, off. Well, you can mute the entire volume, but then you lose a lot. You need the sound, you just don't need so much commentary. They do talk as though they are being paid by the word. It's just on and on and on, describing every single little thing they do as though we can't see it. It's television. We're watching it. Caroline texts, is the Teflon getting worn out at last? Yeah, I think it is, yeah. I think the shine has been worn off the bodge. Graham texts, I went on a few anti-Nazi marches. I saw the feds bust the heads of women with kids. Who takes their children to a potential riot? I don't know what you're talking about, Graham. Anti-Nazi marches? Which decade are we discussing here? Chris says, at the last election, I can't believe that last caller. Was he real, or was I hallucinating? The Bible predicted this. He's not taking the vaccine because Jesus has told him to. At the last election, says Chris, the choice was Boris or Corbyn. Boris was a Brexiter, and that issue had to be resolved as Parliament was paralysed. He has constantly proved he can win elections, but now, under the microscope, he has proved he is an ineffective leader. A new Conservative leader is only a couple of years away, but that person has to be credible, and a Brexiter, as we, as a nation, cannot go backwards. Well, it depends what you mean by backwards. Backwards may be forwards in this instance. I mean, if you're charging towards the end of a cliff, then would you also say that you can't go backwards? Now you have chosen the direction of travel, you must complete your travel, whether it sends you over the cliff or not. Or would you put the bus into reverse and save all of the passengers on it, but have the ignominy of going in reverse? Select. Get that last bloke on the phone and he can tell us what Jesus would say. Keith tweets, the nuisance ping should be replaced with the voice of Jacob Rees-Mogg. so it can be ignored. Yeah.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I'm going to get that as my phone ring. Him going, People voted for him and his top-hatted ilk to stick it to the elites. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. Paul emails, do you think the festival of Brexit will now need to be held in Europe to ensure that it is properly staffed? Maybe Brussels as a location. That would be the ultimate ignominy, wouldn't it, Bodge? Milan emails, imagine if your colleague lied repeatedly and after you called it out to HR, they tell you to leave the building instead of reprimanding your colleague. That's the ridiculous state of British politics now. It is, yeah. Whatever happened to Gavin Williamson, by the way? And we haven't seen him in a dog's age. Apropos of nothing at all. I'm just curious where he's gone. Maybe he's gone to sample other countries.
I just reckon we've got the very best people in this country. Much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That doesn't surprise me at all because we're a much better country than every single one of us.
He's the Education Secretary. Can you believe that?
No.
What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
This email says the polls have collapsed for Johnson because people are realising that levelling up is really levelling down. It always is under the Tories, says that email. Well, it's curious that you should say that because I have detailed files. The Conservatives, this is from about a month ago, the Conservatives have handed 83% of a £610 million boost for struggling towns to areas that only have Conservative MPs. What? Ministers have been repeatedly forced to deny funneling Towns Fund cash into their own seats and target constituencies in a bid to bribe voters. They've denied it. Liar! But of the latest list of 26 towns benefiting from this fund, only 4 are represented by MPs of any other party.
Oh, fabulous.
The previous list of 45 towns getting £1 billion in communities cash included 40 with at least one Tory MP. Wow, 40 out of 45 previously had a Tory MP. Now, the latest list is 83% have Tory MPs. A National Audit Office report released in July revealed 61 of the 101 towns in the first list, announced in 2019, were chosen by ministers led by Communities Secretary Robert Jenrick.
Oh, no.
All but one of those were either Tory-held seats or targets. You vote Conservative, you get a prize. Hartlepool, which elected a Tory MP for the first time in decades, gets £25 million to spend on the whatever they want, comics and sweets, I expect. Redcar, which elected a Tory for the first time in 2019, will get £25 million. Hastings, which retains a Tory MP, £24 million. Chancellor Fishy Sunak previously denied targeting Tory seats. He said,
No.
And when you hear a Conservative MP say that, then in your mind you should be thinking,
yes.
Oh, no, we don't do that, he said. He said that the grant payments were based on an index of economic need which is transparently published. Right. Anytime you hear the government use the word transparent, think...
Warning!
Transparently published. And it's based... This is a quote. And it's based on a bunch of objective measures. You know something is opaque when a member of this administration claims it is transparent. I mean, Boris Johnson would claim a sheet of steel is transparent. The only thing more the opposite of what the regime claim is when they say something is robust. Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government spokesmodel said the selection process for the Towns Fund is comprehensive, robust and fair. It's all for your own good, nothing to see here, please move along. You know, like a Jedi mind trick. These are not the droids you're looking for, except they aren't Jedis. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Humberside, Derek.
Hi, Nick.
Derek.
Yeah, you mentioned I was just, that's not what I was ringing for, but I just thought what Richie Sunak's constituency, I think it's Richmond in North Yorkshire, it's one of the richest areas of Yorkshire.
Mm-hmm.
I think that got, the town fund or whatever it was. I think he was comparing it.
Yeah, I would expect.
Comparing it to Barnsley, and he said, "Oh, nothing to see here,"
Right.
And it's only one of the richest parts of North Yorkshire. Do you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
It's ridiculous. But the reason I was reading, Nick, was: do you think that Starmer is starting to cut a little bit into Johnson? Because I think last year, I don't think he laid a hand on him, but I think more recently he's just starting to,
pick it up a bit.
Yeah, exactly.
I think so too. I get that sense. Not a lot. I think the change in the polls is more about Boris Johnson self-destructing rather than Keir Starmer initiating that destruction. But I think you're right. I get the sense that he's not exactly taken his jacket off and rolled up his sleeves, but maybe he's loosened his tie a bit.
Well, I keep tweeting him and saying, stop being so nice to this
person.
T. Yeah. And start getting stuck into him. But whether he takes any notice or not, I don't know. But I keep tweeting him from Saturday.
Right.
Because I think he is because of his, his previous job and everything, it's
too polite.
They're all
He's too polite, too courteous. Yes, and that means that Boris Johnson can just steamroller over him because Boris Johnson doesn't obey any of the normal niceties and courtesies. He has no relationship with the truth. He just says what he thinks will gain him the most in any given situation, like Donald Trump.
It makes me laugh when he says, "Oh, the public don't want to listen to this. The public want to listen to that." Well, actually, your public might want to listen to that, but the rest of us do care that you are absolutely disgraceful.
You know that he is about to disseminate more misinformation when he says precisely that. That's not what the public want to hear. What the public want to hear is about the vaccine rollout. Pah!
Yeah, and I emailed my MP last week, Dr. David Davis, after I was listening to the Dominic Cummings interview, and I was stunned by it. I thought, right, I'm sending an email to him, and I just said, Johnson has got to go. This man is a disgrace. I cannot believe that you'll sit back and let him run your party and run this country.
Derek, you got a response?
Well, I got a automatic reply response. I never got another one. But I think, Davis, I can remember once he once resigned his seat in Alton Place over a point of principle. I think it was, don't know if it was something...
Oh my God, that must be ancient history. A Conservative actually did something on a point of principle.
Exactly, that's what I said to him as well. And I said, this was, the weekend when Hancock wasn't going to resign?
Right.
And then he changed his mind. I'd sent my email off, and then I got a reply from him on the Monday or something like that, saying, we have now got a new health secretary and blah,
oh, really?
Blah,
so
blah.
they actually read your missive and replied specifically to you, rather than just saying, thank you, please go away.
Yeah, exactly. So he did reply, but obviously he wasn't going to resign, and then he got forced out. I'd say then he did resign, didn't he?
Well, it's confusing because he wasn't going to resign, then he did resign, and he had no intention of resigning, and nobody ever heard of such a reason to resign. And then Boris Johnson said he must stay, and then I think he probably should go, and then I fired him, and nobody has any idea what was going on, including those two, I bet.
Yeah, but what I'd suggest, to people who've got Tory MPs, if things are rattling you, that they are sticking in your throat a bit, then write to these people and make your words heard, if you don't mean. By email. It's just an email. Send them to me. Let them know.
So you seem to be a person. You seem to be a person that writes a lot of messages to politicians, Derek.
Yeah, well, I have done before. On other things to do with. But I think you've got to let them know, haven't you, that things are wrong.
Perhaps in ordinary circumstances, I would agree with that. But we don't live in ordinary circumstances.
No,
we live under the auspices of an autocratic regime, and I do believe that you have put yourself on their radar. Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Yeah.
Priti Patel may show up on your doorstep to slap your legs.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Derek.
I'll be in the next dinghy.
Yeah, you'll be in the next dinghy out. Yeah. Thanks a lot, mate. 03, that's not a boy, by the way. That is Uncle Nige. Don't go anywhere near him.
I'm a nutcase.
This email says... I read that. Charlie says, hi, Nick. The latest YouGov poll has the SNP on 5%, which equates to 58 out of 59 Scottish Westminster seats. Yet another mandate for a Scottish referendum. Yeah, well, that's what they're on about now, isn't it? I mean, that was pretty much what they got last time around, 5%, something there or thereabouts. I think that everything that's going on south of the border would make me, if I were living in Scotland, it would make me want to cut a line between us and push off the southern part of the island. Just push it off out to sea. Strap an outboard motor to Scotland and, don't send it north because the weather's not that great up there. You could send it around the coast to the south. Warmer, less rain. This says, you were going to tell us something about a chicken a few weeks back. Perhaps I missed the answer, but can you confirm, please, as it has been bugging me? The amount of people that have called me saying, you didn't say the thing about the chicken. I mean, I know I do, call ahead about things that are, flitting across the vast vacant spaces of my mind. And I usually don't get around to them because, I'm too busy talking about the issues. Plus, all these people, they keep calling me. Over and over. How do they get my number? But yeah, there was a thing about chickens, and I think I've probably thrown it away. So off the top of my head, a supermarket... What's so super about them? I don't know. But a supermarket said, from this moment on, we will no longer be selling... No, it wasn't even from this moment on. It was like from next October or something like that. We will no longer be selling chickens that have got... like growth hormones squirted up them. Chickens normally come to full maturity in about... I've got no idea, so I'll make it up. You don't have to tell the truth anymore. It's we're all living in Bodger's world now. They normally come to adulthood in about 3 months. Is that about right? But these days, of course, 3 months is too long to wait. Particularly as in this country we chew through about 1 billion chooks a year. What? Not 1 million, 1 billion. Poor little chooks. And so waiting 3 months for them to come to maturity so you can execute them, too long. And so we stick hormones in them and growth drugs and all sorts of horrible nastiness. And this, and it makes them so big and enormous that their legs won't hold them up anymore. You believe that? And so this supermarket said, from now on, or in a couple of months' time, we will stop selling those chickens. And I thought, wait a minute, are you telling me? Are you telling me that all this time we've been eating chickens that grow so fast through drugs that their little legs won't hold them up? Wow. So that was the story that I was going to tell you, and I think I did say at the time that you wouldn't like it. And I'm guessing you don't like it. But then neither do the chickens. Think about them for a while. So selfish. Ian texts, I don't recall all of this Olympic garbage at the 1964 Tokyo Games. Still, we only had 2 black and white channels then. Olympic garbage? But the 1964 Tokyo Games were the Olympics, weren't they? What are you talking about, Ian? Do you mean to say that you don't remember it being wall-to-wall colour coverage on 86 different channels? Because we only had 2 black and white channels then. Fiona says, do you remember one of Bojo's first promises when he came to power was to build shed loads of new hospitals all over the country? I wonder if any of them will ever appear. Well, let's think about that for a while. No. I would expect not, no. I mean, look at the other promise. He was going to the other levelling up promise. Schools. Oh, he's going to pour so much money on schools in deprived areas that levelling up would start from the bottom. And has it happened? Schools in the poorest areas, we found out earlier this month, have lost out on funding despite the government's levelling up agenda. A Whitehall spending watchdog has found. I ain't making this up. Almost 60% of the most deprived fifth of schools has seen a real terms reduction in government funding since 2017.
Oh, fabulous.
Dame Meg Hillier, chairman of the... they always say this. Chairman of the powerful Public Accounts Committee. I think they put the word powerful in front of the Public Accounts Committee because it isn't. It's not powerful. They have no powers. Nothing ever comes of these things. At most, the government is admonished. In extreme circumstances, they may be criticised. Powerful. Anyway, Dame Meg Hillier, chair of the powerful Public Accounts Committee, said schools have been left to plug a staggering gap in funding. She said, directly contradicting the government's levelling up agenda, under its new formula, funding has decreased in real terms for many of the deprived schools and increased for those already better off. Isn't that absolutely, totally stunning?
No.
Shadow Schools Minister Peter Kyle said the Tories were stripping away funding from schools and children in most need even before the pandemic. You know, somebody said this yesterday, and it sort of goes against logic, because I always thought that the virus, the pandemic, had been just terrible for Bodger. You know, because he thought that being king of the world would be just an absolute marvellous, never-ending succession of personal pleasures. And that this has sort of ruined his parade. But actually, it's been totally brilliant. Because under cover of a pandemic, you can pretty much get away with anything you like. Anything you like. Shadow Schools Minister Peter Carr said the Tories were stripping away funding from schools and children in most need even before the pandemic. Kevin Courtney, Joint General Secretary of the National Education Union, said, so yet again, the Department for Education have been found out on school funding. Yet again, their assurances that schools are in a strong financial position turn out not to be accurate. Yet again, the department's claims seem... the department's claims to be prioritising the most disadvantaged turn out to be the opposite of their actions. In other words... Liar! Well, you only know what they're doing when they tell you, then think the opposite of what they've just told you. Paul Whiteman, General Secretary of the School Leaders Union, said the report laid bare the real picture underneath all the spin from government. He said, the truth is that even if these were normal times, schools are still funded inadequately. The Department of Education said, nothing to see here. Please move along. And the Ministry of Education said... So that's clear. Levelling up. 0345 6060 973. Let's have the delightfully named Jasmine in Camden.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great, mate.
I just wanted to call to rant about Johnson and... God, I'm speaking from personal experience here. I'm a huge fan of Keir Starmer, and I'm getting pretty fed up with everyone in the media just constantly raining on about him and how boring he is and everything and whatnot.
Right.
But
like what we want from a politician is to be entertained.
yeah, exactly. When it comes to Boris Johnson, my mum is she openly is open about who she votes for. She is a Tory voter, and for so many years, I have tried to get through to her. The Tories are not in your favour. Boris Johnson is
I think you're on a losing battle there. You're talking to your mum.
Oh my God! I just feel like
your mum thinks of you in nappies. She still thinks of you in that way. You're still her little baby. You're not going to tell her about politics, Jasmine.
I'm 26 years old.
I know, but it makes no difference.
I know, she's so patronising. She's just like, oh, leave Boris alone, blah, blah, blah.
Of course she's patronising. She's your mother.
She's like, oh, I don't like I don't like Keir Starmer anymore. He's up himself. He's not.
He's one of the he's one of the elites. So let's vote for the guy who is a descendant of royalty who went to Eton and is a millionaire, because that'll show the elites.
Exactly.
You want to tell that to your mother?
She's probably listening to me talking to you right now.
Hey, Mum, leave those kids alone.
Wait, can you repeat that once more? Wait, Mum, listen to this from Nick.
Yeah. Hey, you.
Wait, he's right here.
Mum, leave those kids alone.
Rock and roll!
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any reaction?
No, just deadly silence and just staring at me.
An eye roll.
I think if looks could kill, I'd be on the floor.
Yeah. An eye roll is what you're getting.
Yeah.
You're getting an eye roll and no supper. You get to go to bed and be quiet about it.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot, Jasmine.
Thank you.
0345 6060 973. The Nick Abbott Show, helping families since 1990. Ralph emails, Nick, the reason why Bodger is losing ground is that he has lost the plot. The funny hair has worn thin. Even the late, great Ken Dodd had more charisma. Even the bad-fitting suits make Charlie Chaplin look smart, I think you mean. I think you misspoke. I don't think you mean even the late, great Ken Dodd had more charisma. I think you mean you shouldn't have introduced him at all. I mean, they have similar hairstyle, I suppose, but that's it. Yeah, I think that the act is wearing thin. It seems like we've gone through a portal. Let's call it a truth portal. Liar! Where suddenly people... there's still a significant number of people who want to be lied to all the time, who want to live in a world of fantasy, who want to still believe these fantastical things that they have been promised will actually come to pass. And even though the people that told them to you have admitted that they were lies, you're still believing. Because to let go of that belief that Brexit is the answer to all of your problems would be to A, lose face, and B, lose hope. Lose hope that you are not holding a winning lottery ticket, because that's what you were promised. You were promised more money, better prospects. Don't tell me you weren't. Do not call in and tell me that you voted to be poorer, because that's rewriting history. That's trying to save face. That is. And I think there's a lot of that. And a lot of people are very stubborn about maintaining that they did the right thing, even though the evidence that they've done the wrong thing is mounting up by the day. Fortunately for the current regime and their cult fans, they will always and forever have COVID to pin some of the blame on for their own inefficiencies and ineffectualness, and the preposterous musings about how great life was going to be after Brexit. They'll always be able to say, well, paw, if only it wasn't COVID. That's the thing that's ruined it for us, because otherwise, of course, sunny uplands, we'd be camping on them now. Of course, the Met Office says don't go camping.
Warning, warning.
Which is good advice. I mean, not just because there's a storm coming, but, just generally, don't go camping. If you learn nothing else from this show, you'll have learnt nothing else from this show. Jan texts, I must have missed something. It's the weekend, and there don't appear to have been any massive governmental leaks yet to test public opinion. Well, there's been a couple, Jan. There's been a suggestion that August the 16th might not be Freedom Day. They said, when we said August the 16th, we didn't actually mean August the 16th. You must have misheard. No, we said some other fantasy date in the future yet to be determined. Something like that. And then there was we're going to force you to have a COVID passport to get into a sports stadium with more than 20,000 people. Which seems like a bizarrely weird specific number, doesn't it? Like the virus is there at the turnstiles, counting people through, and it's 15,000. Oh, no, it's not worth me bother. No, I'm not going to go in there and start people coughing and sneezing for just 15,000 people. No, I'll go down the road. I'll put my feet up. So, yeah, there's a couple, Jan. This text says, Starmer sounds like a place to grab a burger, not inspiring. What does that mean? Starmer sounds like a place to grab a burger? No, it doesn't. Unless I'm missing something. I'll ask my glamorous assistant. Am I missing something?
No, I don't think
No, I don't think so, no. I felt he was going to say more, so I just had to cut him off straight away. It's not your show, God, he talks so much. I don't even know him very well, so I apologise for my rudeness.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
Please don't tell HR. Starmer does not sound like a place to grab a burger. McStarmer, maybe, or Starmer King, but not Starmer. What are you talking about? Nick texts, the Conservative Party should be renamed the Destroyative Party. Okay, enough people with material. What else? Archie says, the press might want rid of Boris because he got stopped calling him Boris. The press might want rid of Johnson because he got Brexit done, plus, what's to come, they blame on the new Tory. I think some of these people who are messaging me may be over-refreshed.
Booze.
Exactly. I should take this opportunity to tell you about some of the podcasts I do, because I do one with the Carol McGiffin, which is a right laugh. We try to solve people's problems, and we have a tremendous amount of fun while we do it. But if you want us to solve your problem, you have to tell us what it is. Because we ain't mind readers, The email to send your issue to is nickandcarol@global.com. That's NICKANDCAROL @global.com. And prepare to be completely satisfied.
Yeah.
Ask for it by name. It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? That's What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? It's fun. If you want to be amused, if you want to have a laugh, me and her are we're really good together. and although I say it myself, we've been doing shows together for a very long time now, and we do laugh our faces off. What's your problem with Nick and Carol? I encourage you to download it from an internet near you. There's also... I shouldn't muddy the water by telling you the other things that I do, because otherwise you'll forget what I just said. Big mistake, huge, but I'm going to do it anyway. There's the one called The Nick Abbott Habit, which is of old shows pre-COVID. I clip together the funny bits from old shows, about half an hour, pre-COVID. Now, I'm taking them from January 2020, which was just weeks before the news came in. And I can remember sitting here and hearing Zora Sullivan talk about this invisible menace in China. For the very first time. For the very first time. And I said something stupid about the Wuhan clan. But I haven't got to that point yet in the shows that I'm cutting up. But it's so weird, because we've been talking about face masks, weirdly, before anybody had ever heard of COVID. And we were talking about working from home and all that stuff. So bizarre, knowing now what was just around the corner then. But at the moment, they are COVID-free, those podcasts from the best of. And that one's called The Nick Abbott Habit. And the Friday and Saturday shows on LBC, they get to put out as a podcast as well. So I think you are all caught up.
Correct.
Jenny says, am I going mad? I watched the Olympics with a brick in my hand, ready to throw at the TV, shouting, for God's sake, shut up. She says,
shut up.
The constant commentary just turns me into someone demented, says Jenny, with 3 exclamation marks. So you know she's serious. Hello? I've been talking about that, Jenny, for the last 3 hours. On and on and on I've been going about it, but in a very, very positive way.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Yeah, I agree with you. Andy texts, do you think Bodger's popularity among the press has been... have I read this? Maybe not. Well, read on, you'll find out, you idiot. Andy texts, do you think Bodger's popularity among the press has been diminished by the Home Secretary's threat to jail them for up to 14 years for daring to criticise anyone under the government under her proposed Official Secrets Act? Well, I'm sure it's crossed their minds, yes. We really are slipping into an autocracy. You know, I tweeted a couple of articles. They're very long. Well, it'd take you maybe 8 minutes to read. There was one that was written by a German person.
Oh, no.
And it was translated into English, and it was in the New Statesman. It's really worth reading, because what's happening in this country, I mean, we sort of get used to it. In the same way as you get used to torture. It doesn't really affect you in the same way anymore. If you live with something, it's like a bad smell, more accurately. So if you live with a bad smell, you don't smell it anymore. People who come in think, "Paul, what's that?" And you say, "What?" That's what it's like here. You just get used to the bad smell. There's a bad smell here, Boris.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I think it's coming from you. We are slipping into an autocracy here. What's happening in this country is very alarming, but you don't notice it really because it's still jolly old Blighty. Oh, God, not this song again. Oh, not again. I can't stand it. That poor woman has to hear this every time she steps out of a carriage. You should read it. If you're on Twitter, then you'll find it. I tweeted it out today. It's the one with the cartoon of Boris Johnson looking like Pinocchio with a long nose. It's really alarming. And you just think, as you're reading through it, you think, oh, my God, yeah, that's us. That's us, that is. America escaped by the skin of its teeth.
Oh, shut up!
We have not escaped, have we, Bodger?
Here we go. Okay.
Nothing's okay. So I recommend that you read that, because I did, and I was shocked, but both shocked and appalled at the same time. Ricky tweets, "Hey, Ricky, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey, Ricky." He says, "There's no reason now for any opposition party," although he says panty. Opposition panty.
Disgusting.
There's no reason now for any opposition party to keep their gloves on. It was different when COVID restrictions were in place, but now Bodger has scrapped them all. It should be open season on that clown. Yeah, Keir Starmer has to start being less considerate. Because at the moment, his watchword is...
Be polite!
Yeah, stop being so polite. Side texts, Nick, you could always abbreviate the self-servitives. Yeah, I don't like that either. Too many people with material. I mean, the name suits conservative. That's all you need. Andy texts, Keir Starmer needs to go in hard like Norman Hunter. Ancient reference. Nathan says, we need to start calling the Johnson variant the Defeffel flu. It has a much better ring to it. The Defeffel flu. I like it. What do you reckon, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, he's on board too. It's a goer. It's green lit.